Okay. I should be live now, right? Should be live now? Alright, cool. Alright, let's get in on the stuff in here. Okay, wait. That's weird. Wait, did it block my connection to the Twitch one? Hi, Yuxum. Welcome, welcome. I guess when I refreshed the scene, it might have not picked up on the things you sent. Wait, no, I did on the other computer. Weird. Okay, I'll get the music playing. Alright. Let's get on in on the stuff here. Alright, we're doing our Snowbreak stuff first. Oh, I forgot to unmute the game. Alright, that's a bit loud. Right, because we had to turn it up because last time I was playing Infinity Nikki on stream. Alright, let me get my stuff here done first. Alright, we have the weekly reset. Okay. Dump the stuff here. Right, quartermaster. Gotta get my potion. Or serum thingy, stamina potion, serum, whatever. Alright, got that stuff. Alright, go to the base. Alright, let's get this stuff here done. Alright, got that one done. Alright, on to the next thing. Gotta gift presents. Claim the stuff there. Alright, main daily's done. Then we gotta go to dispatch, neural sim. Alright, got that done. Okay, we gotta do trial of thorns in a bit. Also this thing. Jodan tunnel. Let's get this done. Alright, gotta get that stuff here done. Okay. Alright, where do we go? There we go. This room now. Alright, on to the next one. Which is over here. Alright, next room. Which is on the other side. Alright, gotta finish up all this stuff here. Alright, next room. What do we got here?
That was close.
Now we're over here. Alright, cool. First section of Jonan Tunnel done. just gonna rush through and finish all of it. And then move on to the next thing. Alright. Gotta get all this stuff done. Alright. Let's kill this thing. Next room. Here specifically for the flowers, but we're gonna be doing the Nikki stuff later. And there's this other game we're gonna try tomorrow. Cause like I was looking through something else on Keymailer, that I saw this thing and I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe I'll try it. Cause there's a demo for the thing. We'll talk about it later tomorrow, that one. Cause like there was something I saw cause I was trying to see, maybe I can get like a key request for something. So I won't have to buy it later. But that stuff isn't available there yet. Okay, where's the next thing? Which is fine. But yeah. The ones today, yes, but the thing I'm gonna show off tomorrow, no. Snowbreak is, but like I get everything for free. Even merch. I've been sent like actual merch from those guys. I accidentally leaked a piece of art once for Snowbreak because I was like opening stuff they sent me in the mail. And it was they sent me a bath towel of something of art that wasn't even like shown off yet. And then like a couple weeks later they're like, oh yeah, here's this new art. Meanwhile, I had the freaking bath towel. I mean, they're different kinds of games, right? This one's a shooter, technically.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
Right, this one's technically a shooter. But, you know, looks aren't everything, right? Alright, looks aren't everything.
That was close.
That's fair. Looks aren't everything, and then I freaking pull up the minigun. That is fair. That is fair. But it's okay. Morimiya is okay. Alright. Hi, Derico. Welcome, welcome.
Getting killed like this? Irrational.
Right, on to the next area. Which is over there. Mm-hmm. Alright, what do we got for kill here? I ganned it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, let's kill all these guys.
That's their weakness. Noted.
I think I saw something about more ToF MMO server news. We can look at it later as well when we get to the ToF section. Alright, let me kill the guy over there. Right, on to the next side. Ah, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh yeah, welcome Mad Max.
Easy, easy. You can do it.
I mean, that's typically how I also consume a lot of content as well. While doing some other stuff in the background, I'll usually have something playing.
Objective complete.
That's usually when I'm like playing other stuff that I don't play on stream. Or like, if I'm working on something else. I usually keep stuff on in the background. Though I haven't been doing that as much lately. But that's mostly because, like early, like a couple months back. I finally got one of those like XR glasses. And it's just been like my preferred way to watch content now. Just like watching them with the glasses on. Because it's kind of like having like a mini private theater of sorts when I wear them. Which is kind of neat.
I'll try not to let you down.
Alright, let's see. Let me go kill the enemies over here. Oh, it's like I lie down in bed, and then I just like put on those like XR glasses. Like I think you've seen like somewhere like people do like sponsored videos on one of those. But like it wasn't one of those things that I got. Because like I'm using a 2 PC setup, but like the other PC is in a completely different room. That I wanted to like have some separation, the actual stream PC versus the thing I'm streaming from. Right? But yeah, hi Rain. Welcome. But the thing is, the thing I was buying was I bought a KVM. And when I was like looking through AliExpress, because the KVM I was looking for, because I was looking for like a cheap KVM that I could use over the network. And then I saw the, I forgot what the thing was called. No wait, no, the Nano KVM, but they were only selling it through AliExpress, so I was just like looking through. And then I just saw those like XR glasses. But yeah. Ah, Skies of Arcadia. Where have I heard that name before? I've heard of that game before, but I've never played it. How's the game how is the game though? I've heard of it before. At least I've heard the name somewhere. I don't remember where. But yeah, like, I was looking to buy a KVM, but then I just saw like, it was just like the craziest impulse buy, cause like, I saw like these TCL XR glasses for like $100 US. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go buy them.
I'm kind of tired.
Because they were like really cheap for what they were. Oh wait, that's right, because of the tariff situation. Yeah, that's gotta suck for like trying to get things in. Especially because like there's a lot of like really cool stuff or like really useful things that isn't that easy to get without importing from China, especially if you're like buying certain types of chips or like things to work on depending on what your hobbies or whatever might be. There is like a lot of cool stuff there. Right, especially because like you have things like the freaking tech black market and stuff being literally in China, where you can find all sorts of things that you probably wouldn't be able to find elsewhere. But yeah, thankfully I don't really have to deal with it on that end because I don't live in the US, but I can see it being a bit of a pain. And then I've also heard about people having issues as well, trying to get their figures that they bought brought over from Japan as well because of the whole situation. Oh yeah, and if you have like an actual direct contact, yeah, that would be a lot cheaper. For sure. Especially because these days where like AliExpress is more and more just like, you know, like a regular e-retailer at this point compared to what how it was further back then, a couple years back. But yeah, like there's a lot of cool stuff you can find on there. But yeah, like I bought like the TCL Nextwear glasses. I've talked about it before. But yeah, like it is nice just like having lying down in bed or whatever, and then just having like a big virtual screen kind of in front of you. It was originally for the Dreamcast and ported over to GameCube. Yeah. It's a turn-based, yeah. I knew I've heard of it before. I've never played it myself, but yeah. Sky Pirates sounds like a slur.
Got the recording.
I guess you could look at it that way. Sky Pirates, Space Pirates, and then you have Software Pirates. Right, we've seen things with right, in some of these like in fiction, you know, you got your space pirates, yeah, your sky pirates, and then they tried to say people who are doing software piracy as if they're actually taking something that when the realities are just getting a copy of something. Right? You wouldn't download a car, would you guys? I mean, I would. How about you guys? If you could download that on the car, would you? Right? You wouldn't download a car, would you?
Objective complete. Got the recording.
I mean, like that whole argument thing or whatever, when they had those campaigns back then made no sense. Like, of course you would download it if you could. Right, just like people like to joke about downloading more RAM. Right, you wouldn't download more RAM, would you? I mean, again, who wouldn't if they could? They could and it would actually work. If it actually worked, why not? Right? Who wouldn't? Let's see. Assault rifle? Hey, you play as Space Pirates, there you go. I mean, they're in all sorts of games. Space Pirates, Sky Pirates, and whatnot. Alright, it's just like regular pirates, except with different things, right? In Sky, it is with Sky Pirates, what, they got like airships or whatever. Space Pirates, you do all that stuff in space, with spaceships and all sorts of things there. Some of them even have mechas, and depending on which type of series or whatever. You download LimeWire right now if you could download a new car. F paying $700 a month. Exactly! Exactly! Exactly. Right? Like, you'd download a car if you could. Who wouldn't? But yeah, LimeWire. That's something that's like, you probably, haven't heard in a while. But yeah, it's like, if you could, you would. Right? Why not? It's like, yeah, why not? Why wouldn't you? No, I'll just do bow. I'll do a solo bow run. You'd still have to build it yourself? I mean... You know what? That's fine. I'd be fine with that. That seems like it'd be kind of interesting to figure out.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Right? If we were in the situation where we could do that, though, it's like... Surely it can't be more crazy than playing with Legos, right? Like, surely. Just think about it like playing with Legos. The asshole naming the car 2025 Audi R8. When you download and you finish, it's a 2019 one. Nissan Sentra. Oh boy. Ah, yes. No, it's a Wuling van. No, it's a Changli car. It's a Changli EV. No, you get it, and it's a Changli EV, which is like, which has a top speed slower than your running speed. It's one of those.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Big brain. It's actually it's actually one of those cheap Changli cars, except its top speed is slower than your running speed. Wait, can you imagine? It's just like someone has like there's an actual car out there that you can buy that you could literally outrun in a race. No, it's not even a golf cart. No. It's not even a golf cart. Like, it's not even a golf cart. Here, let me see if I can pull it up. Like, it's an actual thing. Like, an actual, like, regular street vehicle, not a golf cart. Give me a sec. It's an electric car. It's a very cheap electric car. It looks like this. They look like these. These things. Yeah, some golf carts are pretty fast. But like, yeah. It's like one of those cars. They're cheap. they're relatively cheap for what they are. Of course, you would have to import it over. And that's its whole other problem. But yeah, it's like one of these. They're crap though. The only reason why you see like some prices so low and some prices so high is some of them are including what it costs to import it versus what they actually cost if you were to get it in China. Yeah, the shit's dumb, man. These things are dumb. But yeah, like its top speed is like actually... The Changli is the world's cheapest electric vehicle, and it is indeed slower than a human can run. A top speed of 20 to 25 miles per hour, or 32 to 40 kilometers per hour. But yeah, like a freaking 9-year-old child can outrun the car. That's how crap they are. But it is the cheapest car you can buy. If you wanted a new electric vehicle, it is the cheapest one you could buy. Yeah, you could literally run at that speed.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Like, the joke is you can run faster. That's the joke. But yeah, like, it's a thing. I have no idea though how fast e-bikes get. They can be decently fast for what they are. I just don't know how fast. But yeah, not intended to be a daily driver. That's for sure. Well, at least it has drivers.
Excellent.
Yeah. It probably would be scary. Let's see. What do I want here? Yeah. Oh, you've actually seen them. That's crazy. That's crazy though, you've actually seen them. But yeah, they're cheap and crappy. Then again, you get what you pay for, right?
To change anything.
You do get what you pay for. Yeah, sure, it's faster than a human for sustained speeds, but like... But at that point, you don't need to even, like... You're probably already done, you know? Like, it doesn't matter anymore at that point. Yeah, they can run for that thing. I mean, like, it's just like the fact that you could live the rest of your life without breathing. It's just that it wouldn't be a very long rest of your life. Right, never forget. It just wouldn't be very long.
This should... I saw how it would end for you.
You've seen a few in a small town. Yeah, I guess so. Like in a small town, or like if you're in certain areas, I can see it making sense there in like in certain areas and stuff. Right, but honestly, for certain people, it probably would be the best car for them because if they're super crazy for speeding and stuff, especially in like a school loading zone or whatever, they won't be speeding anymore with that car. Right? Because there are people that do that. Alright, on to the next one. Yeah, light a man on fire. It'll keep him warm for the rest of the evening. Set a man on fire. He'll be warm for the rest of his life. I mean, yeah, it just won't be a very long rest of his life. But it'll definitely be warm for the rest of his life.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Yeah. That is fair. You'd be better off walking most of the time. In those places.
Not enough to change anything. This should be quick.
Yeah, take the trainer of us. Exactly. Well, it depends, man. It depends.
Nothing to be afraid of.
It depends, you know?
Not enough to change anything.
Because there are some cases
According to plan.
where certain services are so bad that walking is actually faster than taking public transit. Like, honestly, like actually. No, like, if you've ever seen, like, downtown Toronto area, the streetcars are, the service is so bad that, like, a lot of the time, if you're not going that long of a distance, it's straight up better to walk than to like actually ride the public transit for a lot of areas. Even for the ones that have dedicated lanes, because of the weird the weird traffic laws and weird shit that goes on, where basically public transit gets treated like a second-class citizen. Like, it is really dumb. And then also, depending on where you're going, if you're in downtown Toronto, you know the network map, the indoor network map, that we had in ToF? Imagine a real-life version of that. Because, that is a thing. The largest version of that actually exists is in downtown Toronto for some reason. They have, like, the largest indoor underground network of places to move around in on the world. For some reason. Though there are certain areas in that aren't exactly nice to go through. Yeah, I don't know why. They're like, yeah, so we'll have like a freaking underground city network of just like pathways and walkways and shops that you can go through. That'll go through several districts of the city because reasons. No. No, the Toronto line is dumb. I'll show you. Let me pull out MS Paint. Wait, why isn't it picking up MS Paint? Okay, here. So this is what the Toronto Transit map looks like. You got this? Oh yeah, you have this part over here. Actually, wait, it'd be easier if I did this. One sec. Where's the paint bucket? Okay. Now we can color it based on the actual lines. So you have this thing here. Wait, that's too big. It goes here. So you got that. You got Union Station here. I guess we can be, I'll put a lake here. So Lakeshore would be around here, this area. So if I was to get this part here, let's cut that. So they see this blue part here? This is the lake. There's just a big lake down there. Right, that's Lake Ontario. You follow it in the opposite direction, eventually you'll end up in Niagara Falls. but that's its own thing. Okay. We got another line. That goes like this. Something like that. Need to make it a bit longer. There's also like another like railway thing that you can take from over here to get over here, which is the airport, where the airport is. But right, because like the airport is like somewhere over here. Right, and then we have this other train line that's very short. That's like this. Wait, no, that's too. There we go. Yeah, it's like this. This is the train network. What do you mean? And then you have like a bunch of streetcar networks. But yeah. That's basically the freaking thing there. And then they have like a million bus routes that are like all useless. Here, let me show you. So let's say I go to their thing, right? There's three train lines. There used to be a fourth one. That's why you see 1, 2, and 4. There used to be a third one, but they got rid of it. They Thanos snapped it out of existence. So now you only see 1, 2, and 4. Let me see if I can find a map. Okay, here we go. So basically, yeah, it's like I was saying. This is the train map. And then all the red lines are the streetcar network. This is basically the public transit thing. Oh, and so take things further, right? Right, so you see this thing here. But yeah. No, the red is not subway. The red is not subway. The yellow, the green, and the purple is subway, but everything in red is not subway. Everything that's in red here is not subway. The red stuff is this. These things. These crappy things. Well, they don't use those anymore. Right. But yeah, hi Elliot. Welcome. But yeah, those things. Alright, that's what these are. Let me show you this. Like, just so you can see how big it is. Let me see if we can get a map. Do we have a map of it? I've never actually tried to look up a map of it. But like... basically this. Like, the thing I was talking about, the stuff being underground, so you see some of the train lines here. All of these lines here, everything that's like highlighted, except for this yellow part, is just the entire freaking path network. Like, it's just this massive just thing. You could walk from like Yonge and Dundas Square over here. You could somehow get into City Hall there. If you wanted to. Because it goes all the way in there. You can get through like all sorts of other places. I mean like, it's pretty big when you realize the full scale. You can go through here. And then there's this section over here. This is all one underground tunnel network. They're all connected. All of this is connected. You could go from, let's say, the Eaton Center at Yonge and Dundas Square, and you can come out all the way at the freaking Rogers Center, or the CN Tower, which is actually pretty far. Like, this is... Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. How big is it? Let's see. Yep, that is definitely a network, alright. That's crazy. Massive difference, man. Huge difference. Not great, man. You've never been in an underground train? I mean, it is what it is. It's just a normal train, just underground. And yeah, this is just a small portion of it. But yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, like... This shit is all underground. It's so dumb. Like, I don't know why they made all this shit underground, but yeah. Like, you have, like, a shopping district, entertainment district, the financial district and stuff. They're just... And the South Core, they're just all covered here. For some reason. They're like... We'll just connect all these areas just underground. Like, just because. For some reason they were like, yeah, we're just gonna connect all of them together. And make it all underground. But yeah, like imagine you had to like navigate through this, but entirely underground. Right, you thought like the ToF network map was confusing. And then it's like, oh wait, there's a real life equivalent to that, and it's like way worse. Way worse. Because yeah. 30 kilometers of underground tunnels. It's 30 kilometers. Okay, let me pull it up. What am I looking at? That's crazy. Is this a train network or my really terrible job when I'm playing a factory game of like messing up my assembly lines? Bro, this is like me when I'm playing a factory game and like putting shit all over the place with assembly lines and stuff. This is just what you end up with. Is this someone's like Factorio like the setup here, or is this a freaking train network? That's crazy. But yeah, damn. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Crazy stuff. That's for sure. I mean, it depends, man. Because, you don't know what goes down in those tunnels. Let's just say that. And sometimes you don't want to know. Sometimes you don't want to know what goes on in the tunnels. Oh, let's go kill that one. Fair enough. I mean, they probably don't have that. Lots of people traveling though. Yeah, that's for sure. It's not like you have a freaking subterranean underground civilization down there. You know, at least it's not that
Not
crazy
enough to
shit.
change anything. I saw how it would end for you.
Cause like, if you've ever actually seen what the Path Network looks like, it's not the same as what you might be thinking it is. Like, how you think it's like is not what it actually
Shield down.
is.
Moving to cover.
Especially with how decrepit some areas of that can be. Because, yeah.
弓を引いたからには
Or how dirty and messy and
準備は整いました
other shit that can happen there.
百射百中
It's way too spotless to be realistic. Exactly.
Nothing to be afraid of.
And nowhere near as confusing.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
And nowhere near as confusing. Right? Especially because it doesn't go through like freaking 4 large city districts or whatever. Like, bro, why'd they need to go through 4 large city districts with it? No idea.
Shield down. Moving to cover.
弓を引いたからには分析員準備は整いました百射
But it is what it is.
I saw how it would end for you.
Alright, let's see. What will
Shield
we
down.
get?
Moving to
What
cover.
will we get?
弓を引いたからには分析員準備は整いました
Huh? But like also like, you know, the place I was talking about is in Canada, a place where you can have doctors literally like going up to you in like during a thing and ask you, have you considered dying? You know? It's a place where doctors will can easily get you prescriptions to some very hard drugs and ask you if you've considered dying. I'm not even joking.
満を持して行ってきます百射百中
Nothing to be afraid of.
So you can only
Not
imagine
enough to change anything.
how those tunnels are in certain parts of the city. Yes. You can find videos about Canada where like they're just talking about the state of things, and like YouTube will auto flag it and put like, you know how like if you see like a flat earth video or something on YouTube, you'll see like a disclaimer on there that they would put in. Yeah, they would instead have like help
Shield down.
like
Moving to
suicide
cover.
hotlines featured in the video instead. Because of how it is.
満を持して
It's something, man. It is something.
戦車万戦
Right? But like, yeah. You know how like YouTube will put those things on certain videos, right? You'll have like those blurb disclaimer thingies, or like these extra summary thingies, whatever. You see some videos about Canada, they'll
Nothing to be afraid
straight
of.
up tell you
I saw how it would
where
end
to
for you.
find suicide help hotlines or whatever. That's the reality. And I'm not joking about it.
弓を引いたからには分析準備は整いました。
Like, to be fair, remember when I was like really sick?
I saw how it would end
My
for you.
freaking doctor was like prescribing me different freaking narcotics I could take to try to help. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I am not gonna take those.
Shield down. Moving to cover.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You don't even have to convince them in Canada. They'll just tell it to you.
行ってきます。
They'll just like, yeah, sure, here, you can take these.
This should be.
ヤッシャ逆中。
I saw
At least
how it
that's
would
from
end
my
for you.
experience, and I'm just like, bruh. Well, it's the thought that counts, I
Shield
guess.
down. Moving to cover.
I don't know.
満を持して行ってきます。
Yeah, I don't even remember what it was. But I'm like, I was like, maybe not. And then I just like, just didn't take the thing. Because, yeah. You know, it's like something was telling me, no, don't take them.
弓を引いたからには分析準備は整いました。ヤッシャ逆中。
I saw how it would end for you.
Alright, it's dead. There we go. That was a solo bow run. Soon, I will have this thing completed. Very soon. Where's the thing? Alright, we're done with that. Okay. Never try to lower a fever. That's something. Good to know. Don't try to lower it. Just don't. Alright, let's get logged in.
The deep space is right.
I see. Overheat to kill it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, but yeah, like I was talking about earlier though. I was like looking through Keymailer to see if I get a key for a game later this year, but they didn't have stuff listed yet, and then I saw this. I was just like looking through it and I saw this shit. It was just being like popped up in there. I'm like, hey, you know what? I'll try it. Might be interesting to show on stream. Another action RPG. Alright, I was like, hey. Probably adjacent enough to be interesting to show off, so I'll probably play it tomorrow on stream. All I know is it comes out next year. But yeah. So hey, like, why not, right? I was just like looking through shit there. Because I was looking for something else. Oh, what is the raid this week? Ah, I see. It's Xingqiang. Yep, the sun is no longer a deadly laser. But it's still a blinding laser. But yeah. But yeah, laser, funny word, right? It's spelled laser, but it's pronounced laser. Right, English is weird. Right, it's spelled laser, but pronounced laser. Alright, I wonder how many kids end up spelling it wrong because it sounds like a completely different word to it versus how it's spelled. Yep. It can be, yeah, like, that's right. English is a hard language. It can be learned through tough, thorough thought, though. Yep. It definitely can. That is true. A very hard language indeed. I don't know why Volt is getting all resist ignore. And it's only Volt getting it. It's like, bruh. Why only Volt? What about the other elements, man? Other element lives matter too. Surely other element lives matter. But yeah, only Volt gets it. Maybe Veronica won't have it, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? For all you know, your mom could have it. I don't know why she would have it. Oh, that could be interesting. Speaking of dungeons, actually. You know, it's like something I just randomly remembered. Remember when they made that really Pepega performing remake on the Switch of Link's Awakening? Like they removed like the guy that would take a picture in that game with the Game Boy printer thing because obviously, but then they replaced it with like that custom dungeon maker thing. It's funny how like they never bothered to like try to fully implement that as like its own game, like a Zelda dungeon maker, when they've already had like a Mario Maker as a thing. I don't know why, I just randomly thought about that when you mentioned replaying past dungeons and randomize them. It'd be cool if like one of these games would like do that. Really? It started off as a Zelda maker. Didn't know that. Interesting. That's kind of cool in its own way. But yeah, that's pretty neat. Alright. What is today's join up anyways? Oh yeah, when is the test server gonna start? It should be soon, right? Oh yeah. Right, it should be soon. Probably later this week. I'm in a position though where at least I don't have to. Yeah, she does. I'm probably not gonna bother pulling. I'm just gonna get my ult over here. Let's do some join ops. But yeah, I'm probably just not gonna pull Helen. Alright, let me just wait for my ult to load in. We'll do 3 join ops first, and then we'll do a thing. I mean, it is unfortunate, like, no res ignore stuff. Like, it is what it is. And, like, the reality is having res ignore is pretty big. Pretty big. That's it, I'm probably not gonna pull until next altered anyways. But yeah. And that thing's dead. Good. Time to loot the chesty. Alright, let's go. So just loaded and then on to the next one. But yeah, I'm like surprised. I didn't actually realize that Echo's Wisdom started off as a Zelda Maker. Why didn't they bother to finish and go the full way and make the Zelda Maker though? That would have been kind of cool actually if they made a Zelda Maker. Like, it'd be kind of cool. Would have been interesting to have one. Right, there's people who do a lot of cool stuff with Mario Maker. Yeah, I can see that, especially because like the themes of like the light world, dark world themes. Yeah, I can easily see that. Yeah, like it makes sense. Did Triforce Heroes start off as a Four Swords remake as well? Four Swords Adventures, the GameCube game? I wonder. But yeah, they changed direction. Yeah, fair enough. Makes sense. Checks out. I never played Echoes of Wisdom though. All I know is it had like pretty bad performance on the Switch. Ah. But yeah, sometimes some games just start off as a completely different game before being reworked into what they become. That's pretty cool though. Would have been interesting to see though what those games could have been if things went in a different direction. Yeah, and then some games just never get finished. Right, such as all the what's it called again? All those countless freaking early access hell games. Wait, original Resident Evil 4 turned into Devil May Cry? That's quite the shift. That is quite the shift. Oh, they're still loading in. Yeah, then Star Citizen is just... yeah. The Star Citizen will never be finished, it'll never be complete, and it will never perform properly. Like, I don't know what the fuck Star Citizen is running on, but that game will never be playable. I feel bad for all those people playing that shit. Like, that put their money in, and that's what they got. It is what it is. Alright, let's go loot the stuff here. Alright, let me get the thing looted on my ult. But yeah, I wonder though if like someone will ever like just make the game that Star Citizen should have been. I wonder if someone else will just do that themselves. Who knows, man? Wait, 9, 9, 11, 11, damn. Definitely haha funny edgy numbers indeed. 9/11 was the inside job and 7/11 was the part-time job. Surely that's how it goes. You already you had your trainer Mountain Rage, field Pokemon to tame them. Ah, I see. Who knows? Maybe they'll use it, maybe they won't. Alright, who knows what the fuck Game Freak is doing? Just claiming my Norns. Oh yeah, I still need to kill the patrol droids. Doo-doo. And then we'll do the raids, the weekly raid and final trial. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Surely I'll be able to get something this week. Surely I'll be able to get a new mech skin, right? Oh. You know, I really wish they would like revisit some other stuff in there that were like gimmicky that could have stuff. They really should go back and do things like add new forms to Rotom. They should give us a Rotom of every type. Especially because it'd be funny to see what they would do for a fairy type Rotom. Right? Or change Porygon forms. Now think about it, right? Right, Rotom will it goes into an appliance. An electrical appliance that is usually motorized. That would fit in a type, right? So like, you know, like a fridge becomes Frost, Rotom Frost, right? Ice type, right? For water type, they took a washing machine. For Rotom Heat, they gave us a microwave oven, right? For grass, they gave us a lawnmower. Ground type could work. Just make it a giant. Oh wait, electric and ground don't mix. Yeah. I mean, they could probably come up with something. A drill. For flying, they could make a plane or a helicopter. Bug could be a drone. Right. For ground, they could probably use like a drill. Drill for ground. And then a jackhammer for rock. Or a bulldozer. An excavator. Or an excavator. One of those. They could do. Right? For steel type, I don't know, they could make a giant magnet. Or they could make a freaking, you know what, they just give it a freaking mech. Rotom with a mech, that's steel type. Easy. Rotom phone just electric. No, that's Rotom psychic. Rotom phone could be Rotom psychic. Think about it. Right? Psychic could be the phone. What else we missing? Rotom poison. What's good for Rotom poison? Oh wait, you know what? A cement mixer for Rotom rock. For Rotom poison. Something for like some sort of like a vacuum cleaner.
Target eliminated.
Actually, yeah, a vacuum cleaner could work. Cause like think of the moves for like gunk shot and whatever. And like they'll have like the trash can Pokemon, the trash, like the actual bag of trash is just a straight up like is a poison type, right? So like they could easily just be like vacuum cleaner. Right, a vacuum cleaner for poison. But yeah. Yeah, we do. We also have a literal engine Pokemon being poisoned. That is true. That is also true. Oh, wait, did it not put auto? Alright then, I see you hate Fortnite, but welcome. But yeah. Like a vacuum cleaner easy. Let's see, what other types do we miss? For normal type, I don't know. And ghost type already has the light bulb.
Target eliminated.
Right, like the regular Rotom form is like a thing. Rotom Dark. What could we do for Rotom Dark? Right, what could we do? I don't know. What would be like a scary thing that we could do for Rotom Dark? Right, something either that scary thing or evil. Right, because Dark type is the evil type in Japan. Oh wait, no, for Rotom Normal. I know what we could do for Rotom Normal. Because the normal type in Pokemon is also like the sound type. Right. Because the normal type in Pokemon is also the sound type. What we could do for Rotom normal actually is make it like a freaking like a microphone. Since like a lot of sound type moves are or like a boombox or something. Or like some sort of like speaker or whatever. That could work for the normal type. Like now that I think about it. But yeah, dark type. Oh shit, they all died. We didn't kill it fast enough, and then. Can that person even do enough DPS? Because they pulled it before too quickly. I couldn't even like do the setup thingy. A dark and alarm clock? Nah, you know what you do for fairy? No, here's what we do for fairy. What's the fairy type? The fairy type is what? Right, what can... Cute or girly things, yes. Yeah, either cute things or girly things or whatever. Right, so what do we have that you would find in a household that you might find in someone's home that can be used? My thing. That you might find in the color pink, right? That also has a motor in it. What would you typically find? Exactly. The magic wand. Perfect for fairy type. Right, gotta have the funniest thing for fairy type, the magic wand. Now we're talking. Oh, shit. Why does it like aggro us immediately while loading? I don't know about lava lamp. I feel like a vacuum cleaner is a better fit. Steal a chainsaw? Sure. But I feel like vacuum cleaner would probably better fit for poison. But like, yeah, psychic, honestly, the phone. Someone's phone. True, dark type should be printer. Now, we already have a lamp Pokemon. They gotta come up with something else. Bug a computer now. Bug can just be a drone. You can even give it Bug Buzz and it would fit. Like, just make a drone the bug type. And then you give it the move Bug Buzz. Right? Especially because, like, the sound the drones would be making anyways. Like, you think about it. Because, like, the trash compactor, true. True, trash compactor for poison will work. But, like, bug type, I'm thinking the drone. Like, they already have the... Like, you already see the drone Rotom form anyways. Just make that the bug type. The fighting type can just be the bike. The Rotom bike can be fighting type. Like, it would work. I'd say. The bike can be fighting type. The drone can be bug type. Right, and like, you can have an easy move for it too. For the drone. Just give it Bug Buzz. Bug type with Bug Buzz. Easy. A crane machine with a plushie inside. Oh yeah, the claw machine. But yeah, no, make it Nikki's magic wand. Would be hilarious. It would be hilarious. The magic wand. Perfect for the fairy type. Wouldn't you agree? Right, it'd be very magical. But yeah, you can put like, yeah, for poison, just give it like the vacuum and then just give it sludge wafer or something. Fighting arcade machine, that's a good one too. Like, make it like the arcade machine from Kung Fury. It'll be like the arcade machine from Kung Fury. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's like a 30-minute like short film someone made. It's funny. And this is why font styling is important. Exactly. A flick of the fucking wand. Ah, yes. That'll never get old. The dark bean coffee machine? I guess for dark coffee? But yeah, like, for psychic type though, like, either psychic type is is a computer or a cell phone. That's like the most perfect thing that you could have for the thing there. For like psychic type, and like Rotom phone is already a thing. So like, yeah, slot machine. Wait, no, slot machine for dark type. Slot machine for dark type. There we go. Slot machine for dark type. Problem solved. Dark type can get the slot machine. Right, dark type can get the slot machine. Right, then we solve the problem. For dark type. But like, yeah. Rotom, Scooter, ground type, I would have just gone with a drill. Especially because the move Drill Run. Although it wouldn't be good to have on Rotom, but still. Like, Drill Run is already a ground type move. So like, Rotom Drill can be ground. But yeah. UFO. Ah yes, UFO. Flying saucer. Yeah. That could work. But yeah, like... Because like, you think about it, right? Drill Run is already a ground type move. So like, if you're going to make a Rotom ground, just give it Drill Run. And just, they should honestly make it so Rotom stats changes a bit. Well, depending on the thing. And they should like make it so like Rotom gets hidden ability. And the hidden ability changes based on the form. So like Rotom Frost gets Refrigerate. And then like Rotom Heat can get some other... Like honestly like the 8 or 8 abilities, they should just like make those for like Rotom. Like give each Rotom form a version of that for different types. They already have Refrigerate and like Rotom Frost is a fridge. Would be perfect, man. A Tree Harvester and Rock an ATV. Yeah, that could work. Rotom Electric, oh wait. Rotom is always electric type, so they wouldn't need to do that. They wouldn't need to do that for Rotom Electric. Because all of them are Rotom Electric. A jet ski for Dragon. Ooh, wait. Oh, I got one. How about a big satellite? An orbiting satellite for Dragon. And then give it Draco Meteor. Or something. Perfect. Rocket, yeah. Rocket too. That could also work. Alright, let's go get the other stuff done. Isolated Jet Thruster, yep. Solar Power hidden ability. Yeah, that would make so much sense. Yeah, because one fell off a jet. But yeah, like, it'd be cool if they did revisit and just made more. Make the Porygon forms too. Right, like, we got Porygon Z that was supposed to be corrupted Porygon. What about a Porygon 3? Yeah, cast form. We're missing a thing for cast form as well. No, you know what they should do actually for cast form? Make an evolution where it gets an ability that fuses both forecast and mimicry. That could be interesting. And it will have like primary type of the weather, secondary type of the terrain. And it'll just have different variants. That could be really interesting if they did that. And they should like make like a weaker variant of the Mega Rayquaza Delta Stream as like a regular ability. Then give it to something else and make like a wind one as well, that you could have flying type cast form. Right, that could be interesting. The Ditto evolution. I feel like a Ditto evolution could be broken. Because like Ditto with more HP. Right, you just instantly transform, but then now you actually have an HP stat. That could be kind of busted. If they were to do that. Well, the reason why Mew transform sucks is because Mew isn't doing it automatically. You have to spend a turn to do it. You get an actual HP stat, but like... I guess imprison transform strats. But yeah. I don't know. I feel like Spherical would probably fail if you use Transform. I do remember though, was it in the... So, the funny thing about Sketch, in Gen 2, if another Pokemon somehow got Sketch, they could permanently learn a different move. That's a fun little fact. It's like really weird and bizarre. But if like you could somehow get the move Sketch on a different Pokemon through moves like Mirror Move, I think it was, or well, which one was the one that would like replace your move with the one from your opponent or whatever temporarily, or Transform or whatever? You can glitch the game so that they would have whatever move you sketched. Mimic, yes. It is really bizarre, but the move Mimic and Sketch were bugged in Gen 2. Oh, interesting. But like, yeah, so like if there's a bug though in Gen 2 where if a Pokemon uses a move that would replace its move with a different move through and learn it through Sketch, it would be permanent if you were to get Sketch through a different move. Which is like really bizarre. It's like a weird bug in Gen 2. And it only exists in Gen 2. So like you could technically have a Ditto that could use other moves that it's not supposed to in Gen 2 without transforming. But you would have to like glitch it through Sketch by getting Sketch on your Ditto. And then sketching a different move. Interesting. Alright, let's go kill this thing. Hi, Fire. Welcome, welcome. Oh, that's an interesting bug. Able to train the transform Pokemon's move. That is actually kind of crazy. Pokemon bugs sure can be funny. Interesting. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Instead of fixing the glitch, they're just like, yeah, now you can't use it. I mean, sometimes the simplest solution to the problem and just removing it is the best way to go about it, I guess. Though I highly doubt there were that many people, like, really lining up to abuse that bug. Alright. Well, better safe than sorry. Copycat can't use transform too? Yeah, it makes sense. Probably because maybe even Copycat would have also been bugged. For the same reasons. I'll go kill another one. Alright, let's go kill another one of these. Let's on in first. Oh, damn it. Wait, it still works? Damn. Alright. Let's go get this thing killed. Let's get this thing destroyed. I showed a manga protagonist. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, this thing's actually pretty good for this. The black hole. Actually doing better than it should. There's only a couple feet left of this thing. Alright, let's get this thing destroyed. Mm-hmm. Wait, they just made it so it only works on those two? Interesting. Oh, I guess there's one way to get around those bugs. Only have those two Pokemon use it. And just fail if anyone else uses it somehow. Good to know. It's still interesting that they did those things. There's also Hoopa's moves only work on Hoopa. It'll fail if you use them on someone else. Hyperspace Hole and Hyperspace Fury. They will fail if another Pokemon uses it. If they somehow get the move Hyperspace Hole and Fury, they will fail. That's a fun little fact. Even though those ones are like a bit more random. Why only those? Why only that one in particular? Like, I can get why they did it for Darkrai with Dark Void and Transform. But like, Hyperspace Hole and Fury is kind of weird. And Behemoth Bath can, and then same thing for Behemoth Blade then for Zacian. Yeah, Behemoth Bash. No, it's Behemoth Mash. It'll now give you an attack boost because we fused it with Meteor Mash. Surely that's how it happened. Honestly, they should have made Behemoth Bash Steel-type Body Press. Like, it feels like Behemoth Bash should have been a Steel-type Body Press. They should have done that. And then it gets both Body Press and Steel-type Body Press. Imagine how strong it would be if it had it like that. Because like Zamazenta doesn't even use Behemoth Bash. People just give it Heavy Slam. Yeah. Or like, or so like also like moves like Body Press that use a different stat. They should make like a psychic version that uses special defense stat of Body Press. That could be kind of cool. A special defense version of Body Press that's psychic type. could be interesting if they made it a thing. Oh, true, those ones that add extra types. Those could be fun. Thanks for the follow as well, Iska Korea. Welcome. But yeah, if they made those a thing, that could be really cool and interesting. More dual type moves and then more. Oh, I know, they should make more variants of freeze dry. That could be fun too. Yeah, I saw videos about too many types. There was an Ohio type. I'm like, what the fuck? They had like an Ohio type and a couple other things. And then they put like Latios as OU type, even though Latios hasn't been OU in a long while. Because Pokemon power creep is insane. And Psychic Dragon isn't exactly the best defensive typing. Yeah, we still don't have a Fire Fairy, nor do we have a Ghost Rock type. We also don't have stuff like what other types do we have? Fairy Ground. We also don't have a Fairy Ground type. Right. We don't. Poison Ice. Well, Poison Ice could be interesting. Just make like a regional version, a regional variant of the fucking, what's a good one to make a... Just make another variant of the freaking Ice Table one, and just make it Black Ice. Easy. How many dual types? Yeah, no normal ice, no normal rock, no normal steel. Or normal bug, or bug dragon. Right, we never got bug dragon either. Still a decent amount of unused ones. 153, that's still a lot. What do you mean 18? There's more. You're missing a type. You're missing a type. You're missing the shadow type. What about the shadow type? To be fair, those were only in Colosseum and Stellar type. True, true. And there's also Stellar type. But there's no Stellar type Pokemon, just Stellar type moves. And by moves, I mean... Oh, there's 2 of them. So it is moves. Barely. Right, because we have to have... Yeah, the only stellar Pokemon is Terapagos. Terapagos Stellar, you mean? Not just regular Terapagos. Yeah. Yeah, he does have the stellar form. Well, the terrestrial form is a stellar. Wait. Or whatever, yeah. It is a chunk. We get triple type. That could be interesting. Triple type Pokemon. I mean, like, yeah, some Pokemon can work with 3 types. But I feel like that'd be too much for a triple type. Yeah, it is. That is true. A lot. we're like what? We're looking in the thousands now. With triple types. Goddamn. And if we could get triple types, we could get quadruple and quintuple types. With Ghost and Grass. It is definitely an interesting way to sit in a mech. But would you have it any other way? Would you have it any other way? 816, that's a lot. To be fair, all the grass and ghost ones can already exist. Because of Trick or Treat and Forest Curse. Those ones can already exist. Assuming we're also talking about the types that do exist. And not the types that don't exist yet. The type combos that don't exist yet. Hi, Tommy. Welcome, welcome. What? That said, isn't, yeah. No, terastallization just replaces your type. Unless it's stellar. You keep your original typing if you're stellar. Terastal changes your type. Like, let's say you're, an electric steel like Magnezone. And then you terastallize into a fairy type or whatever. You lose your electric steel type, but you still keep your stab on it, and then you become a fairy type. That's pretty much how it works. Hi, Tara. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's like, it looks huge, and then there's this thing. Things change depending on what you have to compare it to in a scale. Yes, because you become a fairy type in that situation. Yeah, Magic Powder is a psychic version of Soak, but it doesn't add the typing, it changes the typing. I've been fine. Alright, let's go destroy this thing. But yeah. Yeah, 987. Yeah, there's also typeless. If you use Burn Up, Double Shock, or if you're a flying type and you use the move, what's that move called again? Oh yeah, Roost. Like, fun fact, when you use the move Roost, for the rest of the turn, you lose the flying type. The move Roost removes your flying type for 1 turn. Or rather, until your next turn. So it's possible to force the removal on yourself of the electric type with double shock, the fire type with burn up, and the temporary removal of flying type with Roost. It got you way too acquainted, yeah. Because when they roost, you can go hit them with the ground type move. If you're slower. That said, though, it's not like you see Pokemon using those moves. I guess, at best, you would see, like, Terra Electric, Oh yeah, the thing is with Terastallization, if you have a Pokemon that Terastallizes, they won't lose their typing when they use those moves. So, like, if you have a Fire-type Pokemon that Terra Fires and uses Burn Up, they will lose their base typing of fire, but the terrestrial fire will stay and cannot be removed. Terrestrialized types cannot be removed. But yeah. Oh yeah, and fun fact, you can beat all of Scarlet and Violet without a single attacking move. Including the DLC. It is possible to beat all of it without a single attacking move. That said, the hardest fight in the game will be Terrapagos. The Terrapagos boss fight. Because you're going to have to do some crazy stall strats. After a certain point. By dumping items on yourself. Because, like, at a certain point, it blocks you from using status moves. So you have to get creative. Alright, gotta defeat 1 foot. Alright, now we destroy this thing. Alright. This thing almost destroyed. Because I need all the parts so I can dispose of them to get more credits. Right, how many of those parts did I get to drop? I still need one more core control. And I gotta get 15 more basic control. Interesting. But like honestly, the Pokemon spin-offs these days are kinda meh. Especially when we know it's probably gonna be another mobile game. Right, it's not like the era in the past where we would get like other cool stuff on like the consoles or whatever. Yeah, Pokepark was kinda cool. They should bring it back. But I doubt they would ever bring it back. Who knows though? Oh, that's cool. I've never played or really messed around with the Digimon stuff. Because I never really grew up with Digimon stuff. Like, I've known about it, it's just that I've never really touched anything Digimon, ever. Yep, the era of fake gaming. I see. Triple battle Pokemon Legends ZA type shit. Oh, that's cool. You know, maybe I should try to see if I can get a review copy. I don't know, I've never played Digimon anything before. That could be kinda neat to try. Yeah, it's like way too much, man. Like, 180 is a bit... Ugh. That's way too much. The fake Digimon Crystal Allen, yeah. I see. Oh yeah, I still need to destroy this thing. But yeah, let's get this destroyed. I really wish they would just put like all the original mech parts as well on the Kylo bosses so I don't have to do this shit anymore. Because like I'm gonna farm the Kylo bosses anyways. Would be nice. Oh wow, it is what it is. Alright, let's get this thing destroyed. Alright, time to loot this one. Cool, I at least got my last core control for the week. Yeah, let me check my alt for the core controls. Alright, where was it on my alt? Wait, which page was it on mine? On my main? Okay. Just before those things. Okay, cool. My alt has 6 of those, so it has the thing there. I'll just open more of these chests over here. And then I'll go kill other world bosses for the rest of the thing. But yeah. Let's get that done. Yeah, even my ult is like almost at 400k CS. Look how my ult is. My ult is almost at 400k as well. Almost there. Imagine. Yeah, now I gotta get this thing to 60. Fair enough. I mean, eventually you'll get there. Eventually. Alright, let me go open some chests on my ult. Yeah, we didn't know if they were gonna increase it, man. I do too, I feel ya. I feel ya. I feel ya there. If only we knew. If only. But yeah, I'm gonna open some chests on my ult now. Oh well, eventually we'll get to 15, 15, 15, 15. Eventually. Hi Tayo. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let me get my stuff on my ult. Kinda? I guess. Not really. 140 versus 210? Yeah, I guess. But you're only getting thing per level. It's not like you're getting that much. Alright, it's not like you're getting that much more out of it though. So like, I guess it just depends on how you look at it. Alright, thanks for the like. Alright, good luck with work. Alright, good luck with your work. I mean, it'd be crazy if they do. I can still see it happening though. It'd just be really crazy if they do it, but I don't think it's impossible for them to do that. No, CN only has up to level 15. But yeah. I mean, if they were to do it, it'd be kind of interesting to see how things would play out if we were to have that cap that high. Yeah, and they're gonna keep piling up more and more systems on top. But it's not that I don't see it happening. It's just kind of dumb that they do it. Genki lawsuit ended, they'll have to pay a fee. And not approximate, I see. That's so dumb, man. They can't use Genki Direct or Glitch too? That is so dumb. Right, that is so dumb that they can't. God damn it. Oh well. It is what it is. Alright, let me go kill Calamity 5 times. So I can get all of those mats. Alright, I'll get that world boss killed. And then I'll work on the next thing. Alright, we might as well try to finish as much as we can. Right, get as much of the weeklies done as we can. How many days left of the carrot rerun do we have? The carrot rerun event. A distributor, but not the actual make switch. Oh, it is what it is, man. Make switch is cool though. Last day for you, right, because you're living in the future. And I'm still in the past. Yep. The mid carts are cool. For what they're worth. For what it's worth or whatever. I do wonder though how long until like they find a workaround to get the thing to work undetected on the Switch 2 and make a Switch 2 version of it. That'd be interesting to see. Right, that'd be interesting to see if that'll. It's like eventually it'll happen. Right, eventually it's going to happen. It's a matter of when. Oh, but either way, it'll happen. Eventually. Alright, that one's dead. Time to go loot this one. Alright, time to go kill another calamity. Gotta kill this one. Right, and then I gotta warp my ult on over. Right, gotta kill 2 more calamities. But yeah, I'm just stockpiling up on all those vehicle parts. And just in case, in 5.4, we get more, thing. Right, surely in 5.4 we get more mech stuff. And then in a few more days, we'll have new Origin of War season. Alright, in like, what, 2 or 3 more days? Origin of War season? New one. Huh, time to go kill this one. Alright, cool, got that one done. Alright, so now I need 5 more of the other kind of world bosses. Let's go kill Colton. Alright, I'll go do Colton. Alright, gotta eventually get rid of... Not get rid of, get all the accessories from those world bosses. That's the plan. Anyways. Alright, gotta get them all done. I'll go kill Hera. Because I might as well. I don't exactly have Hera's accessory, so I might as well try and slowly work towards it. Let me just move my ult towards the chest so that the chest can spawn in first. And now we drive up to Hera. Time to fall down and loot it. And then kill the other Hera. Gotta get the Hera stuff dealt with. Alright, I go kill Hera, then I can go kill Colton after. Actually, wait, I'll go kill Colton first. That will be better. I go kill Colton first, then I go kill Hera after. That way I don't have to deal with the weird teleportation BS. Because the game is weird like that. And then we have to get dream machines. We'll do some of the reacts while we look at while I get my dream machines. Right, get them done at the same time. Because why not? Yeah, I gotta do rescue ops as well. We can do all of those at the same time. Okay. Time to go kill Hera. Right, time to go kill Hera. And it spawns me there. Nice. I mean, the week just started, right? I'm just doing them now. Well, some of them now. Right, I'm just stockpiling all the Titan mats. Eventually I'll use them. Eventually. But, like, gotta start somewhere, right? All gotta start somewhere. And with that, I'm support point capped. Well, and wait, no. I do one more. I'll just kill Rudolph one more time. And then I'll be support point capped. I'll do one Rudolph. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. Five different evolution systems in Time Stranger. You guess Regress, Armor, Spirit, Defense, and De-evolution, or maybe Burst. That's a lot of evolution systems. But I also don't know much about Digimon. All I know is the things can evolve in reverse. That's like all I know. Right, Digimon got Megas before Pokemon. Except they're probably not called Megas there. Okay. It's evolving just backwards. Exactly. It's evolving. It's just backwards. You know? Nothing wrong with evolving backwards, right? Surely.
Awaiting command.
Okay, let's go do our reacts. I think Mr. Cake had a video on the warp server. Here we go.
Alright. We got new news for the MMO warp server. For
Yep.
ToF. Okay.
Warp server
They
news.
made this pose.
Okay, let's see. Well, I get my dream
Let's
machine.
do the translate thing. Okay. New pose. Hello everyone, authorizers. The warp server test is about to start. There's some relevant information. Please
Okay.
read carefully. So we got an FAQ pose. Okay. Let me mute the background. Okay. This fall, let's take our fantasies, continue to set off, giving little fantasies a big world of MMO. Okay, so still
Well,
confirmed
we'll
for
use
this
this one
fall.
for inverse. I don't have the one made for the other one, reversed.
When is fall?
You use the moonstone.
9, 10, 11?
Alright, cool.
Okay.
Fair enough.
9, 10, 11. November still counts as fall, right?
You use the moonstone?
The fall of Tower of Fantasy.
Meanwhile, the moon ball doesn't work on any Pokemon that evolves with the moonstone. Instead, it works on Pokemon that evolve through the use of a burn heal. That's a fun fact because a funny bug. Would you evolve if someone used the burn heal on you? You didn't know? You didn't know that, like, in Gen 2, the moon ball didn't work properly? Because of the index item it was referring to, it actually only works for the increased catch rate on Pokemon that evolve with a burn heal. That's a fun fact. The moon ball has normal catch rate on everything, unless if the Pokemon evolves with a burn heal. Except nothing evolves with the use of a burn heal.
9, 11. Oh, makes sense. 9 to 11.
I mean, if we get a global version of the warp server, I'll give it a try.
The fall of the towers as well. Shit, that's crazy. Definitely not a coincidence.
The fall of the
Alright.
towers.
But yeah, the website is now active.
Wait, fair enough.
Hold on. Fuck. Whoops. Let me open this in a new tab.
Where's Meryl?
Look at it later. So there's the pre-registration website. And then again, they had to put up the disclaimer. Test content
Okay.
of the warp server does not represent final quality of the game. Wish all authorizers have a good time. All authorizers. Okay, not even 200
Wait,
people got in.
I forgot to put on Meryl trait. God damn it.
But let's see. Okay, test information.
Yeah.
So this is a
I mean, it got fixed in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, but it was bugged in Gen 2.
limited wiped progress test. Okay, you can check if you got in starting September 8th at 12, which is exactly when this got posted. Okay. So if you signed up, you can go log in and check if you got in. The download has already started 3 hours after that. So everyone apparently can download, so data miners will have some fun.
Of course.
Test starts at 3. Okay, 3
Okay.
p.m. China time, like usual test servers. Okay, the day after, September 9th. And there'll be PC and Android test. Okay. Basically, how do I participate? You gotta get selected, blah, blah, blah. For those people that have not been qualified, did not get selected,
Okay.
when the test enters the second phase, a large number of test
Places will be
access
added.
will be added. At that time, they'll issue another announcement, and then you can
Then
check
come to
if you
make an
got in the
announcement.
same way, okay, through text message or from the website. Okay, so there will be a second phase to this test.
Okay.
Okay, pre-download. I already mentioned that. Do I need a real name for this test? Here's the thing. Okay, after you complete the login, you'll need to complete real name authentication. So like, even for those global players that signed up with their fake
Damn.
Chinese IDs, there might be a chance where you can't even get in because you know,
No fake ID. Damn.
you need to verify your fucking ID. Oh, you have the dude's name too? Oh, okay, never mind then. But yeah. So, what is being tested on this first test that's happening tomorrow in like 12 hours, 15 hours? Again, they have to mention all content in this test is development version does not represent the final quality and performance of the game
Okay.
launch. Okay. They're very scared. And this is the test. This is what they're testing, okay? They optimized the main story.
Optimize main story, okay.
they optimized the main story progression system. So like
Sure.
maybe finally we're no longer getting that Asperia bullshit. Or like they smoothed it out and don't have that like weird jump in timeline where Shirley turns into Nemesis.
Surely.
They said they optimized it.
Optimize.
So we'll see. It might be optimized equals remove. Who knows?
Optimize is
Okay, this is
removed.
pretty important. A lot of people get lost by the story at the beginning.
Yeah,
But we'll see.
we'll see.
Number 2. Okay. They redid. Okay. They redid all the weapons and gear progression system.
Okay.
Okay. So that now we already know. This part is the interesting one. Okay. 副本新机制设计. This is like new dungeon mechanic designs.
Okay. New
So
dungeon
this
mechanics.
is not new join obs, not new dungeons or anything. As far as I can tell, this is like they're actually adding mechanics to existing stuff. I mean, again, this is ToF, right? They're gonna flip the old assets, make
Yeah.
it into an MMO.
Flip the
So,
old
like,
assets.
they're probably gonna add actual mechanics to the dungeons now.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe new runes, like right? They could recycle a bunch of the old runes and turn
the
it into actual
ruins.
things. Okay. And then they also added interactive content.
All right. Interactive content.
Could be inside the join obs, or it could be just outside. Who knows? New interactive content. Okay. And then number 4, cosmetic acquisition. Okay. And a trading system. 等 means etc. So this one word over here,
Okay.
okay, etc. could mean a lot of things that they're gonna test. So who the fuck knows what else? But there
They're gonna
will
be
be trade.
testing a
That's
lot.
confirmed.
Okay.
And then they're gonna add like mechanics to join obs or something like that. Okay. We will continue to verify the adjustments during the testing process to better optimize the player experience, optimize game performance, etc. Optimize game performance, etc. Okay. This is proof we're getting better netcode, right?
Surely
this is
better.
what they mean,
Surely better netcode.
right? Time to trade with my alts. That's literally your MMO, your classic MMO experience.
Yep.
Farming a bunch of fucking alts to trade with your main. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm assuming that'll be a case.
Wouldn't be surprised.
We will see.
We shall see.
Okay, and then finally, the most depressing news. Can I publish the experience content, the test content of this test to social media platforms in the form of screen recordings, screenshots, live broadcast, etc.?
And it looks like a no. That's a no.
No, it's purely confidential test. You are temporarily prohibited from publishing
Temporarily.
relevant content and live broadcasting on any platform. Okay, so
Surely netcode is
you will
indented.
not hear about any news for this test. Okay,
No news.
tomorrow, unfortunately, everyone will be under NDA. Everyone that did get in. Okay.
We'll probably hear
But
about it at
there will be a
TGS or
phase
whatever.
2, and
Or
given
phase
the
2.
wording here, whenever phase 2 happens and they invite more people, that'll be a public test, and everyone will actually learn more about the Warp server. Okay.
Okay. So we just gotta wait a couple weeks
So-
for news.
This is like, it's been how long? Like over 3 years, right? I don't think Hoppa has not done one of these
They've never done one of those.
in a long time, actually. Like, by they've not done one of these, I mean, like, you know, they announce it and then they tell people it's NDA. Because, like, I've heard from rumors that they tested Warp Server like 7-8 months
Okay.
prior to, like, 7-8 months earlier. Long time ago. They've already
Damn,
did
I
the
got
first
nightmare
test.
fuel.
And, like, nobody heard anything about it because they were under NDA.
This
So
ain't
like
no
this
good
isn't even the
machine.
first test, apparently. Okay. So You'll not hear anything about this unless somebody gets sued. But we'll see what happens. Okay, and when the second test will happen. And then test data will not be retained, obviously. And then there won't be any payment systems in the game yet.
Of course.
And then cannot be inherited into subsequent tests and when the warp server is launched. Oh yeah. So basically this Q&A confirms, okay, there will be a second phase test. As you can see here, okay, they said the data for this test will be deleted.
Okay.
And cannot be inherited into subsequent tests. And when the server is launched. So that means we'll get test 1, which is NDA, no leaks. And then test 2 will happen where everyone will fresh start again. And then that's when people can stream, can like post content, right? We have no idea when that will happen. And then when the server gets launched. So like there'll be 3 phases, I guess.
Triple phases, got
How
it.
do you submit bugs? This we don't care.
Yeah.
And then everyone will go into the QQ group. Okay, and then they have to reiterate. Finally, this test does not represent the quality of the final game. Look forward to the feedback of the authorizers to build a better IDA. Thank you very much. Looking forward to meeting everyone in the autumn breeze and unlocking new adventure journey together.
Alright, we got that one done.
Target eliminated.
Alright, we saw that map. What's this? This new Sonic racing game does what Mario Kart World can't. But yeah, they're glazing it because Nintendo fumbled. Pretty much.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Life So Crazy. It's the Vongolo Boss here. Kart racing fans are eating great in 2025. And although it's been very one-sided, the next chapter in the rivalry between the Plumber and the Blue Blur is upon us. And it's been causing a heated debate online. So in today's video, we're going to be talking about the conversation and whether or not the juggernaut that is Mario Kart actually has some competition this year. There's been an ongoing back and forth between these games.
I mean, it's competing with itself.
When Crossworlds was announced late last year, Sonic fans
The
were
older
cautiously
game.
optimistic. Then April came, and Nintendo revealed that Mario Kart World would be a launch title for the Switch 2, and people started reading Sonic's obituary.
Yeah.
Until they saw the $80 price tag. But
And
some
then
people
played
were
it.
still willing to hear Nintendo out to see if their staple kart racing game would be worth the money. And the verdict within the Mario Kart community, now that the game has been out for roughly 3 months,
Hell no, and it's dead.
one look at the seemingly never-ending Mario Kart World is bad or disappointment videos that seem to pop up every week should tell you all you need to know. Whether or not the
And it's also just very dead online from what I've heard as well.
grievances are legitimate
It
or
is very
uncharitable
dead.
doesn't change the fact that a lot of people are rooting for Cross Worlds now, and with the open network test that's been going on
Yes, there is. It was also on the GameCube and the original Xbox. That one was Sonic Riders, but that's a different thing.
at the time of this recording, people are already placing it above Mario Kart World.
I definitely like it more in Mario Kart World because I feel like items and racing like towards the end really does matter. Like that's my only problem with Mario Kart World. The design and everything is great. It's just that I don't feel like the racing is changing nothing. Like I promise I don't. That's my only reason.
I mean, like, most of the race tracks in
Now, what made me
Mario
make
Kart
this
World is
video
literally
was
just a
rage
straight
bait I
line.
saw on Twitter. Guy posted this graphic saying Crossworlds and Crash Team Racing are phenomenal games, whereas Mario Kart World is lackluster. And the guy didn't even
Yeah.
have a blue check, just engagement farming for the love of the game. And then we have a quote
Yeah.
response asking, okay, legit, is Mario Kart World that bad, or Sonic fans just on their high horse again?
No, it is that bad. Yeah, and now they force intermissions. People were doing all sorts of things to try to avoid it, but then it's like, nah, they're forcing it, and now online is completely dead. Like, you're better off playing the existing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe than Mario Kart World. If you had to play a Mario Kart game on the Switch 2, just play the older one. Way better.
Valid question. A lot of people don't own a Switch 2 and have never played Mario Kart World, and all they're hearing from people who have is bland open world, intermission tracks are horrible. $80. Blah, 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 blah. In its defense, I promise you, you'll have a good time with it when you don't have a in your ear telling I've kept you waiting long enough. Sonic fans do have a reason to be on their high horse because Crossworlds is the real deal. But before I break down how it stacks up, I want to state that when it comes to Sonic racing games, I am a Riders fan, specifically OG Sonic Riders. It's been over 17 years since we got a game with extreme gear.
You know how long I've been waiting for this? Woo, I'm about to make a name for myself here.
And because of the extreme gear, which is all I care about, this game is practically Sonic Riders 2.5. And this was Sonic's team's way of pleasing both the riders and racing fans. With that said, here's how I think both of these games match up with one another. Let's start with the graphics and presentation. When it comes to the overall look, I'd have to give the edge to Mario Kart World. While graphics aren't the most important thing when it comes to kart racers, when you put these games side by side, there's a liveliness and color that just pops out at you when looking at Mario Kart World tracks, which you can credit its unique art style for. Hot take here, but Crossworlds clears Mario when it comes to character expressions and how they interact with one another. From the trash-talking voice lines to the way your character taunts when he passes someone or laments when he falls back a spot, it can be a little jarring to see happen repeatedly when you're in the middle of the pack and moving up and down spots, but it helps create this intense feeling when it comes to down-to-the-wire racing. Imagine being in a top spot, and as is par for the course with these games, getting hit repeatedly only to find yourself in a bottom spot. You dust yourself off, collect some good rebound items, activate them at key moments, slowly but surely climbing back up to first place, and now you've reached the final stretch with all the boost panels just before the finish line. And with a second wind at the last moment, you finally overtake first, only to see your character taunt those you just passed as they cross the finish line. It's the game's way of letting the competition know that, yeah, you're too slow!
I mean,
Which is a fine segue into the next difference between these two, which is its atmosphere.
Infinity Nikki Discord raffle. 3 will get 1 year of Nitro. 10, a binder clip, and then, oh, that's cool.
Mario is more lighthearted, comically chaotic, and is overall more laid back. Assuming you're not playing competitive.
Honestly, they could make it work. They could easily, they finally figured out how to work with stuff with Frontiers. After all the free updates, they finally got something good there. So if they can just build upon that and expand upon it and just continue with that stuff, I can see them doing it. We'll see though. But my guess is we won't see it for like another year or two if they are working on it. Who knows?
Mario Kart. Meanwhile, Sonic's in-your-face and confident demeanor as well as trademark speed can be felt all throughout Crossworlds. And this is an area where it's not just, oh, one is better than the other, but it's ultimately what is your preference. As for gameplay, I low-key feel as if it's an apples to oranges comparison when it comes to how these games feel. Both allow you to race through the skies, across the water, and on land, but Mario takes the crown here as the controls are smoother, more responsive, and overall more polished. But if speed's your game, I can definitely say Crossworlds will not disappoint you. Whereas people knock Mario for straight line gameplay and stretches where nothing really happens, there aren't really times in Crossworlds where you can just put your brain on off.
Yeah, you can't really do that in Crossworld unlike in World. You want another game with playable cream and cheese? Yeah, fair enough.
For example, even in stretches where you're driving through the pack, depending on your setup, colliding into other players can work for or against you. Now, let's talk skill expression. Mario Kart World has a huge selection of characters and vehicles to choose from, but unlike Mario Kart 8 Deluxe where you could customize your vehicle for more options, here it's choose a vehicle that complements the stats of a character
and you get that
hit
stuff
the starting
in
grid. What you see is pretty much what you get. But the trick system in this game more than makes up for it. The ability to charge jump, drive on rails, trick onto walls and drive off of them. The shortcuts people have been able to pull off in this game are insane. Trees, walls, cows, the world is your trampoline. And it's something that Crossworlds, based on its more traditional kart racer design, can't compete with. I enjoy the extreme gear in this game, but I can't act as if missing elements like being able to grind on rails or access specific shortcuts based on your vehicle's ability.
I mean, what? The Sonic ones did it better? they were the ones that kind of like actually made decent things first, and they've been expanding upon it with the sequels. But like, are they amazing movies? No, but they're still good either way. But yeah, shortcuts are only used versus CPUs. Exactly. There's no point in all those shortcuts if you can't use them. They don't matter.
Doesn't leave it feeling a bit hollow. So this aspect of the game is definitely more limited when compared to Mario Kart World, but its customization via its gadgets makes up for it. We've only gotten a taste of what's to come, and you can select gadgets that complement your playstyle or allow you to create a hybrid or overcome your weaknesses. Personally, I'm a believer in ultimate charge supremacy. Slap on the gadget that boosts your level 2 drift speed. I can't tell you the amount of times I've been drifting around a turn and someone tries to target me, but I managed to avoid it at the very last second with the invincibility buff from the level 4 charge, saving me from getting knocked back to last place. And the cool thing about the gadget system is that there's legitimate trade-offs that give you freedom in how it is you want to race. Want a more defensive build that allows you to recover faster and increases your chances of getting more protection items? Want to have a build that gives you the advantage when driving through the pack and ensures that colliding into other players works in your favor? Or do you want to be a menace who keeps that thing on him? I'm talking about that monster truck at the start of the race and likes to troll people for the first 5 to 10 seconds.
I know what kind of man you are.
Side note, for those that are doing that, I really hope the rest of your gadget slots are going towards helping you to front run, because that item takes up 2 or 3 slots, I'm pretty sure, and there's a lot of race still left to go after all that. But that's the beauty of it all, the trade-off. You can play more conservatively or aggressive, and with the rebound mechanic the items offer in these kart racers,
like their version of Mega Mushroom is literally just a big monster truck. You're actually surprised at how well they're keeping pretty close. Yeah. I mean, there are some changes here and there, but yeah, they are pretty well done for what they are.
I'll touch on it briefly, but that also goes for the vehicle customization. I mean, Mario Kart World just gives you a sticker and calls it a day. In Cross Worlds, you can interchange parts, add decals, change colors, your horn, aura, and who knows how many the base game will actually launch with. And on the note of customization, sorry, but this is a nitpick I have to get off my chest. But if someone from Sonic Team happens to watch this video, can you please update the stances for the roster when it comes to them riding on extreme gear? Why is every character stance regular? Even Shadow and Jet, who in the previous Sonic Riders games ride goofy. Look, it's just a small nitpick, but show some love to the goofy riders, Sega. I digress. Alright, let's talk items, because it wouldn't be a kart racing game without them. Now, admittedly, I'm not too familiar with all these items, because some of them throughout my playtime I just simply never got.
Like, yeah, you got the Boost Wisp, and there's these ones. I didn't get to try all of these ones out. I tried these ones. I mean, these ones are pretty obvious. This is the game's version of the shell. This is the mushroom. Right, these ones are the mushroom, the Boost Wisps here. And the rings are the rings, the coins. I didn't get to try any of these other ones though.
We were too busy fighting for a top spot, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, and then obviously I also tried that one. The monster truck, that's the Mega Mushroom.
You have your standard boost items and the wisps, and projectiles with the red and green rocket punches. The drill being your bullet bill, the weight and King Boom Boo items are essentially this game's blue shells. I'll spare you a drawn-out explanation of every item, but the ones I found the most interesting are the ones that are pretty unique to Cross Worlds, meaning they do something that you don't see in Mario Kart. Or maybe it's similar, but it has a twist to it. I will say, from what I've noticed, the bounce-back capability of the item set in this game isn't particularly great if you fall too far behind. The laser wisp is pretty good, but it only lets you pass up the 3 people in front of you, and the warp ring only helps you pass the person in front of you. Like in Mario Kart, you can just bag and fish for a shock or bullet bill, chain a couple good items back to back, and before you know it, you're right back in the race. It's still early and only time will tell, but I just don't think bagging is too great in Cross World.
I mean, I think that's a good thing actually, because bagging is a big problem in Mario Kart World, but in Cross World looks like bagging is discouraged. So that's good at least. Really? What happens when you use it in second? Do you just get put to first or what?
rewards. As for the game modes, in Mario Kart World, you have your online and offline Grand Prix and Knockout Tour, as well as the free roam and balloon battle. In Cross Worlds, you have your online and offline races.
That's
but
kind of
as we
busted,
saw
just
from the
hold
Joker
horrid.
Festival, there will be 4v4v4 team game modes. And I don't have any footage because I had the dim idea not to record my play session. First impressions are, it's fun. The boost mechanic you get for colliding into your teammates really makes for some interesting moments. With that said, Cat Boost is trash. I just gotta be honest. When it works, but unless you're playing with a stack with teammates that are not only trying to place high but play the objective, it can be a drag. But ring grab and air trick are tons of fun. You still have the benefit of colliding in your teammates to get boost, but winning is not largely dependent on doing so. Lastly, let's talk about the longevity of this game. Even though it hasn't released, we're in the honeymoon phase.
Ladies, I'm trying to do my work today. Leave me alone type shift.
Shut your throat!
Ladies!
Where a lot of people just enjoy having a new shiny toy. You have the season pass and all the DLC that's going to bring, so this game is definitely going to be supported for a good while. Compare that to Mario Kart World, which is really just getting patches right now, as Nintendo's trying to find the sweet spot in the balance between intermission tracks and 3-lap course.
The balance between intermission and 3-lap courses is to have 0 intermission. Nobody wants intermission. Just get rid of all of them. That's the balance. That's what people want. They don't want any intermission courses. But it doesn't seem like they kind of get that. They understand. Nobody wants intermission.
And if it's to get any DLC, well, that's not going to happen for years down the line, especially since it's a given that Nintendo will charge for it, and the $80 price tag still rubs people the wrong way. So to wrap this video up,
The Diddy Kong racing map with no intermission instead, yeah.
I would say these kart races
That'd be interesting if they were to do that.
Experiences, and it'll mostly come down to, well, are you a Sonic fan or Mario fan? But if you're a fan of both, well, you get the best of both worlds. But that's all I got for this one. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you're...
Oh shit, I accidentally closed the wrong tab. Okay, we saw this one. Resident Evil, what? Another movie? Okay. New Resident Evil movie. Cool, I guess. Let's just go scroll up and go down. What the hell is this? Buggy hitboxes, yeah. Oh, and there's this stuff. We haven't seen those 2 videos, and there's this stuff here. Okay, we got Among Us Genshin. Alright then. Sure, Genshin Among Us collab. Wait, we talked about this the other day. Ubisoft just got completely cooked.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and very few times do things come full circle. Now, it wasn't too long ago that I was yapping about a video game that Ubisoft took down called The Crew.
Yep.
Now, for anybody that doesn't know The Crew, it's one of these big mega open world games. They tried to make the entire United States into a map, and I would say for the time, they did a pretty damn good job. You could road trip with your homies. The only problem, the one tiny issue with this, was it was always connected to the internet. You needed the internet to play a video game. Now, at the time, I'm sure a lot of gamers were like, what's the big deal? You don't have an internet connection?
But they don't realize what happens when they turn off the servers.
That wasn't until the company announced that they were going to terminate the video game, okay? So out of nowhere, a company like Ubisoft comes by, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna take away your game, okay? So not only did they shut down the servers, but if you bought a copy of the game, which I did, you got it taken away. It just became invalid. They removed the ability for you to download the game. And of course, that started the Stop Killing Games movement, which obviously became its own massive mega movement, especially recently. And it started opening up people's eyes. We should be allowed to own our games. games, okay? And for a lot of video games that have online-only connectivity, I'm looking at you, Need for Speed 2015, because I actually really enjoy that game.
Yep.
Losing access to a video game, especially when that video game does barely fucking all with the online to begin with, is just annoying. So why am I yapping about this today? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it actually appears to have had made a comeback. Now, Whammy4, a YouTuber, has a group called The Crew Unlimited.
Okay.
Now, normally I wouldn't make a video about this right now because I'm a little bit worried about this project getting taken down, but on the September 15th, they are about to release the actual server project that brings this game back. So you can actually see for them like basically showcasing the footage over here. So yeah, for months these guys have been putting together a server emulator that has been bringing features back for the crew just to make the game functional again for the people that now don't have access to this game or wanted to see what this was like back when it released, right? A lot of parts about this that are important to me is gaming history and game preservation. Imagine if, you know, all of a sudden Super Nintendo games, PlayStation 1 games, a lot of the games that, you know, are the bedrock for the gaming remakes that we see today were removed from player existence. I'm sure some companies would love that. The ability to resell something for 40 bucks a pop, 60 bucks a pop, yada, yada, yada. But gaming history is important. Much like art, much like movies, much like music, you should have the ability to preserve this stuff so you can see incrementally from decade to decade the evolution of our medium, right? Video gaming is so unique, it's new, but it's also something that is rife with the ability for abuse, right? Companies can design games in ways where they can take stuff away literally decades down the road. It's insanity. So of course, ladies and gentlemen, obviously The Crew Unlimited is releasing on the 15th. And unfortunately, one thing that does scare me is it's already started to make like waves. So people are kind of talking about it, and I'm hoping, I'm praying that Ubisoft doesn't go out of their way to shut this down. Again, I don't really believe or have good faith in Ubisoft at all. I think that at any moment, if they think that this could ruin anything for them, if they could take away a dime from their coffers, they might just choose to go at this legally. But of course, they say this is a community-made project, and the goal is to restore a game to a playable state with the use of custom server emulator software.
Yep.
The project and its staff do not host or redistribute any of the game files on official TCU project sources. Now, one of the big asterisks about piracy here, and this might be a philosophical debate, is if you look at, of course, obviously the big problem with this game is this was never released, from my understanding, physically on the actual PC, so we don't have a copy of the files that we can just find on, you know, a legal way, right? Like buying a third-party disc. So it's only been a online-only product. Now the thing is, because Ubisoft disabled the game from being downloaded, basically you are kind of reliant on someone sharing
you need someone to have already
that are on their system.
Yeah, someone has to already have the files.
Technically be piracy, which again, because the way that this works is you have to download a private server file, run the private server program, and then of course the game should link to the private server.
Yeah, you're going to need to have the file first.
This brings up the philosophical debate. If, you know, you can't buy something, is it really actually even stealing, right? And that's the big caveat here, and that's one of the big worries that I have. Obviously, I think that, you know, the team behind it feels pretty confident Ubisoft isn't going to shut them down. Gaming publications feel pretty confident. I'm a little bit hesitant, which is one of the reasons I'm also still hesitant making this video, but I think it's a pretty impressive thing to see a company or a community of gamers do just to keep a game alive. When realistically,
but you can still play the demo on Steam.
It should be the responsibility of the multi-billion-dollar publisher selling the fucking game to begin with. That even Ubisoft has completely abandoned. And what's funny to me is like
abandonware.
Months ago, when Ubisoft was put under direct heat, they started talking about offline mode updates for Crew 2 and Motorsport. Not the original one that they were fucking killing off and taking away from the gamers at all. No, they decided, yeah, we're just gonna add a feature. Dog, I think it's a bad sign for gaming when video games have to be given offline modes as feature updates. What used to be part of the fucking game, especially a racing game, okay? And I want to remind you why it's important for a racing game. Racing games usually are the type of games that go out of sale within years, just because licensing issues are actually the worst for them. So having an element of a game that is available for play long after is pretty fucking important, okay? Now, I think it's just insane to me to see like the community who loves this game so much has put an absolute labor of love into this project and have done what a multi-billion-dollar quadruple A studio cannot
Quadruple A,
fucking do.
yep.
You know, like, how is this even real anymore? How is this the world we live in, okay? God damn. Now,
Unfortunately, it is the world we live
I'll actually
in.
be playing around with it. I probably might just make like a guide for it. I'm assuming these guys will probably have a way to easily get people even under Linux because of the Steam Deck to function with this. But the idea is on the 15th, they're going to be bringing back a game that Ubisoft abandoned and continue to not acknowledge. And actually might be one of the reasons, hopefully down the road through the Stop Killing Games initiative, will make it so that at least when people play video games like this down the road, it will not just be taken away. And again, it's important because these games have a lot of memories for individuals. I want to kind of take this time to sort of look at other projects too, just to show you what it really means for game preservation, right? Now, back in the day, all right, there used to be a game franchise known as Mass Effect, right? I'm sure some of you guys have played Mass Effect. Mass Effect 3 in particular had a multiplayer mode. Now, the multiplayer mode actually bled pretty heavily into the single player, like in order to get the best ending.
You don't get why they didn't just make the game as an open software. Exactly. If only they did, man. Alright, these guys figured a way around it. Or just give people access to the server stuff and let people make their own servers. But nope. And you're sure Beyond Good and Evil 2 got cancelled a while ago and you hope people forgot about it.
Back in the day, you had to play some multiplayer modes to increase something known as the galactic readiness percentage. So the higher your percentage would be, basically the more you play multiplayer, the more effective your single player contributions would be towards the end of the game. Now, some could say it was shitty, and this is a feature that is still kind of bled a little bit into the remaster of the game. So Mass Effect Legendary came out like 4 years ago, and they removed the multiplayer entirely from Mass Effect 3. And I actually really liked the multiplayer from back in the day. I thought it was fucking fun to play with my homies. Well, thankfully, due to projects like Pocket Relay, for instance, you can follow these very easy guides. And again, when I'm...
But yeah, and those people who really like the game would 100% pick it up. Yeah, if only, man.
I mentioned Linux earlier. It was because some guides now provide both options because they know some people will have this set up on like a Steam Deck so they can play this shit on the go totally offline. So if you, at any point, missed a piece of gaming history, like the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, some might think it's meaningless, and that's fine. You at least have the option to follow this guide.
Yeah, rather have the option than not have it at all.
Start playing this game as it originally released. You can experience all of the content, even if EA doesn't want to put in the fucking effort to bring this stuff back. It's actually a problem that I see with a lot of things like remakes, where like remakes will come out, but usually the multiplayer portion is just always split out. So for instance, when Red Dead Redemption came out, it was a full-priced remaster of like this fucking, 15-plus-year-old game. And all of a sudden, you know, Rockstar, they cut the multiplayer out, which I remember playing the multiplayer for Red Dead a lot. Now, the only way to really experience that is, I believe if you whip out the original Xbox version underneath Xbox Live or Xbox like Series emulation, or you can play it with RPCN underneath the PlayStation emulator on PC. So you see what I'm trying to say over here? We have to go through extra steps just to preserve shit. Even for games I really love like Hitman, World of Assassin, one of the things that's important is the Peacock Project, which allows me, and I use this, to set up the game for my Steam Deck. So whenever I'm flying out somewhere or traveling, I don't need the internet connection to play Hitman and progress in it. I can experience the whole fucking game without requirements for online services. And it's important here because Hitman is a game that you mostly play by yourself. There's really no multiplayer component.
Yeah, it's a single-player online-only game.
The only component that's added is basically, in my opinion, DRM. It's
exactly.
designed to keep you connected.
Really, really awful DRM.
Online and basically guide the bulk of your single-player progression while being forced to connect to a server all the time. So let's say that server goes offline, your information might be gone offline too. You might lose all progression. The game is simply just a demo, in my opinion. unless you somehow have a server emulator or that constant online connection. But even if we're not talking about the AAA experiences, one of the reasons why I'm super passionate about this is one of the games that I used to play was World of Warcraft.
Yep.
And when I started playing World of Warcraft, it wasn't when I had an income that I could pay the monthly fees. I had to use
he did private servers
like this. I had to go into my World of Warcraft game directory, go to the realm list, change the realm information, and play on private servers.
Yeah, why is the save file being kept from you?
And that's
Exactly.
what led me into playing real World of Warcraft, and then eventually completely fucking falling off that. But then even other MMO games like Drift City, which I made a video about. I even have it still as my YouTube like trailer. You know, the first video people see when they go to my channel. And it's a video that I enjoy because it really is a fun, old school, auto modelista, cell shaded racing MMO. I love racing.
Yeah, it is a cool looking game.
I have a real love for that shit. But again, there was a time when it was gone. But thankfully, you can now download the original private server files and the client, and you can play with yourself, or you can host it for your friends. So me and my buddies want to play some MMO, old school IJJI action. We can. Thank God, due to the private emulator community and the private server community that exists. But again, to go back to all of this, what I find so hilarious in this entire process is, for some reason, Ubisoft as a company cannot put the extra goddamn effort to make it so that people who are playing their games, people who spend $60 buying a game, they yoink that purchase away from them. What we've seen the community here do is something Ubisoft could have done at any given moment. And it appears to be that they could have done it, because if people are able to reverse, engineer the stuff, then I don't understand how the company that has made the game can't put in like the extra effort to at least silently tie off this game and at least let people experience this stuff down the road. And speaking of Ubisoft as well, one of the things that's also really important too is games like Driver San Francisco, which are absolute fan favorites, were taken away without any ability to download them. Fully single player games.
And the only way you can get it now is by pirating it.
Games completely taken away from purchase. Well, thankfully, if we're ending this video off on, you can now download this game on abandonware and at least play a piece of history for yourself, with or without these publishers allowing you access. I don't think game companies or anyone should just be taking away your purchases or taking away anything. And
honestly, I do want to try Driver San Francisco one day.
Game preservation,
I heard cool shit about it. One of these days.
That protect you. Now,
especially because it is considered abandonware.
Even with all of this, news coverage on this, will not shut down this project. Please do not shut it down. Because Ubisoft's not putting in the efforts, and these guys are clearly not making a bag off of this. Let the community preserve your games. But again, if Ubisoft does take it down, I mean, goddamn. Every company is just vying to become the next scummy fucking publisher at this point.
Yep.
So it wouldn't shock me. But ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like.
Alright, I'll go to the next video. What's this one? The feds just bought malware to hack your phones. Oh boy. They're gonna hack our phones now.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and no laughing, no perky start to the video. I just want to kind of get into the real grim reality. I want to rip the band-aid off real quick. Now if you want the ADHD, like you want the quick TLDR YouTube Shorts version, please run lockdown mode on your iPhone. Go into the settings, enable that, probably have it running, get used to it. Or if you're on Android, go to Advanced Protection, just look for it in the settings, enable it. Or go into my previous videos, install Graphene OS if you have a compatible Android smartphone, right? Or maybe get a burner phone and apply all the protections you can. Because the reason why we're talking about this today is the government of the United States has just restarted a $2 million contract with a company called Paragon Solutions that apparently claims they can hack any cell phone out in the world, okay? So this is a pretty spooky thing.
That
and
is
the reason
pretty
why
spooky.
it's spooky is it almost feels kind of like you know, bypassing the whole warrant bullshit, you know, that all these agencies have to respond with. Now, I've talked a lot about like the 3-letter agencies and them using computer malware to spy on users, right? You know, the FBI has basically made it an art form. And of course, in times, a lot of these 3-letter agencies, like the FBI, will sometimes break the law by distributing CP on the dark web just so they can build a honeypot. Sometimes they absolutely commit the crime in order to arrest people down the road. Now, whatever
they commit the crime
on this, I don't really give a shit. What I give a shit about is, again, people's right to privacy and safety. Now, I don't think criminals should be getting access to your phones, and I don't think government should be getting access to your phones at all. Unless they go to a fucking court, they get a goddamn...
But yeah, wait, the Paragon that has ties with the military, yes.
Warrant, and they come to you, all right? It's
those
crazy.
guys.
As a Canadian, I look at the unlawful search and seizure clause more seriously than I think some of the actual people living in one of the best countries in the world, okay? At least, in my opinion, when I look at the United States, I think back in 1776, they were cooking with the Constitution. They were cooking with the framework of one of the best countries in the world. Now, to give you an idea of what Paragon Solutions is, I went to their website, and their website is literally this bare bones, okay? Empowering ethical cyber defense, disrupting intractable threats with innovation.
Galore.
So they got this cute little lighthouse. You go down, they're like, oh, Paragon Solutions US provides our customers with ethically based tools, teams, and insights to disrupt intractable threats. We provide cyber and forensic capabilities. So one thing on their site that they're not telling you is that Paragon Solutions is in fact a Israeli-founded spyware company. Now, Israel has such a interesting history when it comes to cybersecurity and how much they get contracted out to break into your personal cell phones, okay? It's crazy shit. Back in, I believe 2015, when it came to the San Bernardino shooting, one of the most interesting cases came from Apple versus the FBI. So Apple, being the creator of the iPhone, right? The FBI actually asked Apple if they could design a sort of special operating system that could bypass and basically grab encrypted data off of a smartphone. Apple at the time said, we don't really have the ability to look into somebody's encrypted phone. And when they were asked by the FBI, basically soft forced, Apple was like, no, we're going to take this shit to court because we don't want to be breaking into people's phones. They considered it at the time unlawful and unconstitutional. And it would argue that if the FBI was given such a crazy operating system to break the encryption on a phone,
what happens when it gets leaked?
Security of every device and set a dangerous.
And the other problem too is like once it exists, what happens if it gets leaked? Because the reality is, it would eventually get leaked. And then what happens with when bad actors get a hold of it? Right? What happens then? And that would open up a new can of worms and a whole new set of problems. It'd be better to just not have it at all. You know where the birthmark is? Yeah.
Precedent for future cases. Now, regardless
of what your
thoughts are on Apple or whatever, I definitely can say Apple has a history for fighting for its user base, especially when it comes to privacy and their security, and that is pretty fucking commendable.
Yeah.
For a long time, I actually did like using an iPhone because out of the box, I felt that the privacy was sufficient on it. Now, this whole saga didn't end because Apple didn't comply. What the FBI did was they went to this Israeli company called Celebrite, who basically bills itself as like, you know, a cybersecurity company that, you know, gives tools to access, you know, devices to, you know, help law enforcement agencies get their evidence really quickly, okay? Ultimately, they are breaking into your phone to grab information. Now, one of the reasons why it makes this situation so freaky is that Paragon is a company that it's almost difficult to get information out of them. But of course, according to some of these actual, like, you know, articles that came out, basically they drew all the attention because they claimed that it gave police the power to remotely break into all the encrypted messaging applications. So things like WhatsApp, things like Signal, things like Facebook Messenger or Gmail. I'm pretty sure if you're in Europe or, you know, you're outside America, you probably have WhatsApp installed on your phone. I know I use Signal to communicate with a lot of my friends. And the fact that this company says they can hack into it is a little bit more complicated. They're not actually hacking these applications, from my understanding, directly. they're actually running malware that is zero-click. So again, what's really freaky about this, and this comes from the Monk School, the University of Toronto, God bless.
Okay.
Introducing, the Paragon software, for instance. In their investigation, they found that Paragon was involved with possibly working with the Canadian Ontario Provincial Police. So great to see law enforcement officers just bypassing the whole warrant thing and working directly with computer viruses just to breach into our personal messaging, right? Just to get into our personal communication. It used to be that you had to go and get a fucking court order to get a wiretap on somebody. Now they're just doing whatever. Crazy shit. So of course, the other situation that also came out to it is when it came to individuals in Italy. It came out that there was indications that spyware was loaded onto WhatsApp, as well as other applications on devices. And in some cases, the people that they were targeting were individuals that were journalists, people that, really, really need things like the dark web and Signal in order to communicate, sensitive shit to people. It's crazy. So according to one of their cases, they looked at an Apple device that belonged to a prominent European journalist who requested that they wanted to be anonymous over here. Obviously, because if you're being targeted like this, you probably just want to be completely off the radar at this point. But they provided their device, donated it graciously in order for this forensic team to investigate the stuff. So what they showed over here was they identified an iMessage account present in the device logs at the same time that the phone was communicating with an identified server from Paragon, 46.183.184.91, which is the IP address. So based on their analysis, they concluded that this was used to deploy their graphite spyware. So the way that this malware works is it's something we call a zero-click. Now the way a zero-click malware works is you don't have to actually interact with the message in order to have the malware run. So for instance, when you get a phishing email or when you get something crazy like a PDF file that somebody wants you to run and install, what's usually happening is you open up the email, you click on the PDF file, and you basically then launch whatever program, or you start parsing that information, and attached to that PDF file is a payload. Now, I've shown you how to do this with Discord malware. Imagine if somebody sends you a game to install and play around with, but that game contains a remote access Trojan. Somebody then has access to your computer. They can look through your webcams, they can keylog you, they can grab information and send it back. So sensitive information like passwords, credit cards, just anything sensitive that you can imagine. Or basically pilfer through your files and grab things that may be too personal for you, right? There's a lot of bad things that can happen if you just run shady stuff on the internet, which is, again, a place where I constantly say have common sense. But a zero-click malware is as the name implies. Basically, when you get sent an email, or in this case, a message to your iPhone, in the background, without you even opening a text message, the iPhone will process information. So in this case, in this specific attack, what would happen was the iPhone would be parsing images in the background. Now, because the image contained malware, then what would happen is it would launch the malware, it would go through all of the fucking payloads, and next thing you know, somebody's iPhone gets hacked. So once your device is hacked, it doesn't matter what applications you use, because when they hack your phone, they can keylog you, they can do whatever it is they want, and then get that data out and then do whatever nefarious thing they want to do with it. That's how a zero-click works, and it's similar to how it would work on Android devices. So, if you want to protect yourself right now, remember, this is malware, but it's not spooky black magic. It's a computer virus that they're launching against you. Use things like lockdown mode. Apple, because of this situation, implemented a mode on their iPhone where you could lock down the system to a point where a lot of these, vectors that these, fucking companies would use to attack you get automatically disabled, right? And it's important for journalists, it's important for government leaders. It should just be important for anybody that doesn't want to be fucking spied on. Because when ICE buys this malware, I can imagine what they're probably going to use it for, which is to identify and infiltrate chat networks for people that they want to go after. Now you might be like, but Muda, aren't you protecting criminals or bad people by doing this? I don't give a fuck what this justification is. I don't think you should throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Exactly.
When I see illegal surveillance, in my opinion, on people done with malware launched against people's devices to read their messages, I don't give a fuck what the government wants to or doesn't want.
The thing is, too, it's not even just the government. Because, it doesn't change the fact that, other malicious actors are also using the same exploits and stuff to get into your devices, too. It's not even just the government. It just so happens that, yes, you know, you block them out, you're also potentially blocking out those bad actors too. Which is better for you either way. Better to stay safe than sorry.
To me, that sounds like Nazi fucking Germany. That sounds like the Gestapo. That sounds
Yep.
like the secret police using their powers to basically spy on users. No, I think the government can absolutely go against criminal entities with the budget that they are given, and it doesn't have to involve in taking away the freedoms and liberties that people are slowly taking for granted, okay? That's just my honest to God take on that. And if you disagree with me there, then, you know, there's a fucking big red X button at the top right of this window. You can click that and go do your own thing. It is that simple. I'm sorry if I sound overly passionate about this. It's just something that I feel is disgusting and it needs to be called out. And it's one of those things where, like, I don't see many people talking about it because I guess it's too technical. I guess many people don't understand. But this is the government buying malware that they are most likely going to be using against the civilian population at en masse. Without fucking warrants, it seems. It's crazy. And again, legally speaking, organizations like the EFF brought up something that was a little bit mind-blowing to me. The US was originally buying this, like, in the last administration, but they didn't because there was actually an executive order passed that prevented this kind of stuff from happening. So Executive Order 14093, which is prohibiting the use of the US government of commercial spyware that poses risks to national security. So this is a executive order, and I don't know if it's an active executive order. I'm sure a lawyer watching or LawTube can probably correct me on this. I think an EO does it. I think maybe an executive order has like a time or statute to operate under. But the idea is basically this is prevented because a commercial spyware may pose counterintelligence or security risks to the US government when a foreign government, in this case Israel, or a foreign person has used or acquired the commercial spyware to access the US government computers, right? And yada, yada, yada. You can read the whole executive order summary for yourself, but this wasn't a silver bullet, but it was probably the strongest protection people had against a foreign country like Israel, who has no right to be selling software that can be used against another country's citizens. It's just fucking insane that this is the world we're in. You know, I made videos
but unfortunately,
where I taught you guys how
that
to
is
use
the world
PGP
we're in.
not even a few weeks ago. During the Battlefield 6 betas, like while we were playing it, I made a video about using PGP, Cleopatra, to make your own keys and start exchanging messages in PGP. And it's not a perfect solution, but given the fact that now the government is buying malware to hack your phones, start using shit like PGP. Start using lockdown mode. Start using advanced data protections. Now, obviously, look, I am not going to jump into the argument of, like, defending the border stuff. Again, I don't really jump into the political side of stuff that much.
Okay.
You can watch other content creators for it, but I'm just looking at this from a security, privacy perspective. Obviously, with agencies like ICE, and really any U.S. federal agency, but specifically, the reason why I'm worried that a warrant isn't going to be used, or it's going to be, you know, basically like a piece of toilet paper for them, is if you look at just what they've been doing right now, they've been using, again, special technologies like the Stingray, where they've basically been using invasive surveillance devices, pretty much, you know, as much as they want to. As much as they really intend to. And of course, the more you go down into it, they're also purchasing vast amounts of, you know, data from, you know, again, data brokers, which is its own discussion that I've had. And while I guess this technically wouldn't be illegal, it just shows you that, again, the goal of agencies is to create this dragnet of surveillance where, again, they will use every means possible to constantly spy on individuals. If you think for a minute this malware won't be sent to a group that, you know, an organization like ICE that would consider, like, ICE would send this to, like, groups that they would consider to be, you know, illegals or criminals in their eyes. I mean, it is a broad terminology that I'm assuming that these organizations are going to go with. And where does it really end, right?
Yeah, again, where does it end?
It used to be that if they wanted to tap your phones, if they wanted to, you know, tap any surveillance on you, they would have to go through a court order. But it seems like the court comes, like, way in the end. Like, where
basically
we're at right now is basically creating surveillance states. And people are just kind of, like, sleeping through it. Or maybe they're just blackpilling themselves and wondering what can they do. If anything, you should be writing to your fucking, like, government leaders, whoever you can, to basically, prohibit the use of foreign technology, foreign malware, sifting through, your devices or being used to attack you. I mean, who knows, what the parent company of this is possibly doing with that information themselves. It's such a landmine, and I wish people woke up to it, because we are at a point where the federal government is now starting up deals with foreign companies, foreign countries, to buy software that they can use to read people's messages all without warrants. Fucking insane shit is happening.
Yep.
But there are ways to fight back. Remember, it's just a computer virus, right? And there are ways to protect yourself, and it is imperative, obviously, for Apple and Google and all these companies to bolster their protections, because they don't want to also be made a mockery of when it comes to these Israeli companies and their die-hard boners to fucking go after people and, read messages and shit, or forensically stop bad people. Again, there are bad people, but you can't just be throwing the baby out with the fucking bathwater, right? It is that simple. I'm even sure in in countries like Israel too, like even the cybersecurity guys are fighting with each other over there. Like, bro, you've got one batch of guys that are out there creating this gray market world, and then you got the other guys who are like, fuck, we have to stop our gray market guys from. It's just crazy. It's fucking clown world, okay? But yes, ladies and gentlemen,
Yep, we live in a clown world.
Protect yourself against a tyrannical regime, okay? Stand up for the founding fathers and their principles and all that patriotic good shit. This is your...
Okay, cool. Alright, we got that one off. Next one on the list. He was an FBI informant, and then we have... Oh shit, there's like a lot here. Wait, let's see this one first. Oh wait, no, that's a bit long. We'll do that one another day. We'll do that one another day. We're gonna do Infinity Nikki
Hello,
stuff soon.
guys and gals. Me, Mutahar,
Just cleaning up my inventory
I often treat my
at the
YouTube
same
channel like a
time.
little bit of a diary. And sometimes when I see something that blows me away, I just have to talk about it, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I know I've yapped about the whole Epstein stuff for a few days now. I've talked about it in the last couple of weeks, but I didn't think I'd be speaking about it so soon. In fact, I think this might be such a wild situation that probably gonna have to hold off until something even crazier shows up. But what happened yesterday? Well, I was just minding my own business, playing some Mass Effect, recording some stuff for, Haunted Gaming. I was recording some Creepypasta Jeff the Killer stuff. I was recording Linux phones for people who are interested. But I saw this clip from the House Speaker, okay? Apparently, our boy Donald Trump here, the President of the United States, was in fact an informant.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff
Wait,
down.
what?
The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harm. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago.
So, yeah, apparently he's a goddamn informant for the FBI.
Okay. What?
Oh man, sometimes
That's
I wish
news.
you could go back to the days of like fucking Watergate or like any of the prior scandals that have ever happened, and just had the internet present during it. I think it would be a goddamn laugh riot. So,
It definitely would
for
be.
anybody that doesn't know, the Epstein files is a pretty hotbed topic. I think everyone's just kind of talking about it, and everyone's really talking about it for one interesting thing. First off, I don't want to jump in and make things like political. I'm not an expert when it comes to it. But when I talk about stuff related to the government, it usually comes around with things like surveillance. It usually comes with the government trying to take away your privacy. But this is a pretty important case. I'm sure most of you guys watching, most of you guys and gals watching, probably don't like seeing innocent people harmed, trafficked, whatever.
Yep.
But unfortunately, we live in a world where that kind of stuff happens. Now, Epstein was a pretty notorious case. I've talked about it pretty extensively. Watch my previous videos if you want sort of a historical understanding of it. Now, the Epstein files is supposed to be a set of files that are released that hopefully shed light on the people that this sicko was connected to. Some of the most powerful people in the world. There's a lot of photographs this man has taken with some world leaders, billionaires, so on and so forth. People that have the ability to control what you and I get to do in the world today. Now, obviously, when this guy had taken his own life, allegedly, in prison,
Allegedly.
everyone thought that maybe things died with him, right? But it didn't. Those files existed. The people that apparently the Attorney General of the United States watched tons of videos on of, you know, people getting harmed by actual sickos and still not wanting to do enough to stop this. Yeah, this is a situation where, again, tons of these files were released, but they were kind of nothing burgers, right? We want to know the reality of who in our world that is rich and powerful and the elite are connected to something so that we can course correct going into the future. Now, obviously, Donald Trump and Epstein have been friends. They've been outside. They've been on the outs. In 2007, Epstein was banned from even Trump's like Mar-a-Lago
It's all
resort,
redacted,
one of his,
of course.
like, infamously powerful resorts. Like it's kind of like a cultural icon, I would say, in Florida at this point, over alleged unsavory conduct involving underage girls.
Released, but it's all redacted.
To try and procure girls, but one of them, a masseuse about 18 years old, tried to get her to do things. An insider previously told Paid 6. Her father found out about it and went absolutely apeshit. Epstein's not allowed back. Now, for objectivity, following Epstein's second arrest in 2019, even Trump had said that their relationship soured decades ago. So I was kind of sitting over here wondering, whoa, this is crazy if true. Now, for a lot of stuff that's been going on when it comes to the Epstein files, there's a lot of actual like victims that have come out and basically said, if the government doesn't release a list, we'll release a fucking list. Which obviously has led people to wonder, hey, if the victims release a list without any conclusive like evidence, then isn't that going to be bad? And I'm just gonna straight up say, this could have all been avoided if the government was actually as transparent as they claim to be.
They should just release the list.
They're not. If you look carefully into this situation, one of the craziest things about this is the government is actually being hostile towards a bunch of the politicians that want to release all of these files with as little redactions as possible. Obviously, nobody's asking them to release the CSAM tapes or victim names. Nobody reasonable should be asking for that at all. And if you are asking for tapes, you should probably have the FBI show up at your fucking house.
Yeah, don't need the tapes.
So obviously, the government is going out over here saying, helping these liberal Democrats and the Thomas Massey guy, the one guy from the right that came in and said, you know what? There's got to be limits to this shit, okay? There's got to be limits to the cult behavior. I want to protect human beings, as any normal person should.
It was such a bad look to say Pam got on the list.
The DOJ is fully supporting
the
a
list is fake.
comprehensive
Let's move
file
on.
release effort. But this would be viewed as a very hostile act to the administration, which is hilarious to think, right? Like, if you want to fucking be transparent, if you want to tell people that you're not like the other fucking elites in the world, we'll give you guys all the information, and then you actively make it known that it's hostile if you seek the truth. That is fucking insanity to me, man. Like, nobody in the cult is willing to put down the fucking Kool-Aid and think, damn, that's bad. Now, it's kind of wild to me is obviously, you know, Trump did not say that the Epstein stuff or the whole Epstein case was a hoax, but apparently the files could have had names planted inside them. I'll be real at this point. I think everyone from every side of the aisle there's a lot of people that are guilty. There's a lot of people that probably don't want their information out there. There's a lot of people that don't want these files out. Now, when I hear the word informant, what's so wild to me is that it really is not the word you should have used. Now, to give you an idea, a confidential informant, ladies and gentlemen, is somebody that is referred to as a snitch, a rat, a canary, a stool pigeon, stoolie, tout, or grass. Now, a lot of people say that to be a confidential informant or an informant, you usually have to be committing the crimes. The feds catch you and they're like, listen, we'll give you some leniency. You know, let's say that we caught you with your pants down. We want to go after the king. You know, in this case, it would be Epstein. So what, did you find Trump and you were like, hey man, if you want to get a little leniency, if you want to maybe get away from this shit scot-free, work with us. And that's what had led to, obviously, you know, Epstein being arrested and his empire falling down. Now, if this was true at all, I would imagine the President of the United States would have probably brought this shit up years in advance. Like, bro, I'm the hero that helped get the guy arrested, that helped get the guy busted.
Yeah,
now look, unless there's something like shady behind that, like unless the reason behind him being an informant is that he was actually committing illegal crimes and he got caught and that's what made the feds go and flip him into an informant, that would be a different story. And obviously, for objectivity's sake, when it comes to criminal informants, any citizen who provides crime-related information to law enforcement, by definition, is an informant. So let's say that I found out my neighbor was cooking crack rocks and selling them on the streets.
The
Now, if I
Epstein
go to the
Island
police
is
station,
so
I tell them,
stupid.
yo,
Like,
my
you're
neighbor's
rich and
selling
have
crack
power. Why would
rocks.
you go to an
I'm not a
island?
drug dealer, but technically I'm a
Exactly.
police informant. It's a different, you know, sort of like...
Right, it's like, why you need to go to an island to do it?
Context, okay? There's a big difference between being a police informant because you got caught doing a crime, and now you're trying to fucking, you know, reduce your charges by flipping on your homies, or you're actually just somebody that was like, man, there's some really illegal stuff going on. Let me call my friends at the FBI and get this sorted out. Now, one of the things that's always really wild to me too is when it comes to, again, the concept of a police informant, something that I was reading about the FBI, and this is a while back, just because I'm really interested in things like undercover cops, there were some people who thought, man, does that mean that this guy was like an undercover agent? Like, did they send 007 in to destroy? No. Being an informant and being an undercover agent are two separate fucking
They're not
things.
the same, yeah.
An informant is a snitch. An undercover agent is a guy with a badge that usually has to conceal or hide their identity in order to infiltrate a group, right? And even if you infiltrate a group as an undercover agent, you're not allowed to commit blatant crimes. Obviously, things within reason. If somebody has a gun pointed to your head and they tell you, kill this guy or do this drug, right? You have to basically use the most ultimate, like, fucking, like, 10 charisma point checks to get out of that shit. Otherwise, unless your life is on the line or, like, somebody else, unless a situation is so dire, from what I've read and from what I've seen actual undercover agents, like, discuss, you are allowed to commit some crime within reason. But obviously, it's a very, very fine line. You can't just become a fucking criminal, you know, and just commit some of the worst actions just to stop the bad guys. Now, if you're an FBI informant, one of the things that I also read that doesn't track with the statement the government gave was that underneath certain, like usually the FBI will redact any information. In fact, one case, the DOJ versus Londano, which was a case where the Supreme Court held that the government is not entitled to a presumption that a source is confidential within the meaning of Exemption 7D of the FOIA, whenever the source provides information to the FBI in the course of a criminal investigation. Basically, the court at this point recognizes that anything informant related should and could be withheld whenever necessary. Now, obviously, if, you know, Trump really worked as an FBI informant, you would basically not have the FBI put this information in. It would usually, when you're opening up a PDF file, you would just see Trump's name blacked out with like B7D or B7C or something out there that would conceal his identity. It would just be something that would never be revealed. So the fact that the Speaker of the House just outright said that
they revealed it
without really thinking twice is kind of a wild situation to me.
Yep.
And again, assuming that he was actually this hero informant that toppled a fucking sex trafficking regime, I would imagine he would actually talk about this, okay? I want you to understand how insane this story has gotten. We have went through so many changes, okay? So many different stories. Like that one South Park episode of like the fish sticks joke, where, like, you know, the story that Cartman has in his head just keeps changing the entire time into something even wilder. Like, first, there was this list, and the liberals were hiding it. Then the administration has... Remember, there have been two administrations that have existed, both opposites, the Dems and the Republicans, that have actually, like, seen this list or had the opportunity to release this list, and none of them did, okay?
Yep, they're not
because
doing it.
Because at this point, all you can reasonably assume is every single person on the upper echelon that, you know, doesn't want this list out or is really hush-hush quiet about it probably has some guilt. The only way this situation can stop looking as goofy and dumb as it is if we just released the actual files, okay? Like, at this point, if there's evil inside here to be discussing and showing to the world, that's not horrible, okay? One of the most important things about, you know, America, right? And I'm not even an American myself. I just read a lot of history. One of my favorite topics was American history. I always was impressed. For a country that was like 300 years old, the amount of progress and innovations have been just insane, right? America, in its very short existence as a country, has led to becoming the world's leader. And honestly, the country's founding principles are something that I think should pretty much be paramount throughout the entire world. I think it's just that good. And I'm not saying this kind of stuff to be like, you know, a glazer or anything. I'm just saying I really like the checks and balances that the United States really kind of, I would say most people take for granted, right? If you go to other parts of the world where, you know, they have the same prime minister or president for like 20 fucking years and the quality of living is shit because there's just so much corruption at the top. That's one of the things that, you know, I always looked at America as a country where like corruption, you know, it exists. Obviously every country has corruption. Like, let's not be fucking naive. But I like to think that because of the various amounts of checks and balances between the legislative branch, executive, and judicial branch, that these guys would constantly be attacking each other. The way that America works, and it's almost ingenious in a way, right? It's like you have all these departments that sort of are incentivized to correct each other, right? Like, they don't want other departments to get more powerful or in some cases weaker. They all have to be on edge against each other. It's almost like you have an incentivization to work together, but also police each other. And that was one of the things that was really important, right? But now, when I look at a situation like this, more specifically, it almost feels like, you know, organizations like the FBI that, you know, I kind of held into real regard personally, like, as of 5-6 years ago, I thought, you know, if there's any police agency in the world that probably should be a shining example, it'd be the one that, you know, prosecutes not only the little guy, but goes after even the ones at the very top end of the pool. But now it almost seems like it's just all a bunch of cronies that are working together to try and sell a narrative that just doesn't make any fucking sense. Look, if there is real crime being done, especially in the United States, it is up to the US to be the shining example of what a clean country does, or what a cleaner than normal country does, to ensure that the people who are the most marginalized in our society, the people that have the biggest victimization rate, children in this case, you know, women that are trafficked, even men, everyone, those people need to be assisted. And honestly, I think, like, if anything good comes out of this, it's the fact that a victim's story is heard, and the victims actually get the justice. Because imagine how blackpilling it must be to not only go through the hell that you've done, but to see the people at the top are now possibly throwing out chum into the water to make it look as if they're actual heroes, when maybe they actually really aren't. And look, I've said a lot about crazy stuff going on, but this is amongst, you know, world governments taking away our, you know, private conversations. Like, there are laws being passed in Europe where they want to read your chat messages. There are federal agencies in the US that are buying malware to hack into people's phones silently, you know, probably without a fucking warrant, to read text messages. So we're supposed to be living in a world where all of our shit is transparently seen by these government entities, but they are not willing to put the tiniest bit to provide us with a level of transparency for crimes so heinous that we as taxpayers, some as citizens, some as, you know, immigrants, and people who live in this area should be entitled to know if the people that they elect or the people that are running their offices, you know, have committed heinous crimes that they themselves, everyone, would go to prison for. It's crazy fucking shit. It really is, man. We live in
They don't care, exactly.
And part of the reasons for me making this video is to A, kind of vent a little bit, because it is something that just aggravates me, but also...
Alright, we're done with this one then. Yeah, we'll do the other ones another day. Because, like, these ones are on the longer side, and there's a bunch of them. Alright, let's do Infinity Nikki stuff now. I'm done with this stuff in ToF. Alright. Because we also gotta do the thing for the, Stardew Valley collab stuff. You gotta do it slowly. Alright, let me switch on over and get Infinity Nikki booted up. When the game decides to let me freaking get in. Okay. Yeah, Las Vegas shooting, most surveillance place in the world, and almost no video footage. Yeah. It's crazy, man. It's like, gee, I wonder what's going on. And like, yeah, like I mentioned the other day, actually, right? I was, I'm slowly rewatching through the Index and Railgun anime. Because eventually I do want to watch Railgun T. Right, that thing had issues with when it was gonna air because COVID, whatever. And then I put it on hold, and I'm like finally slowly going through my backlog. But I wanted to like rewatch the older stuff first. The sisters arc, right? The whole killing of 20,000 clones of this one girl, just to make some dude stronger for an experiment, right? Like the dude literally murders over 10,000 clones of this one person, right? In like the city that has surveillance literally everywhere, even in like random ass back alleys. And it's just like, this shit never got caught by the public or whatever until one specific thing that happened. But yeah, crazy stuff. It's like they got freaking cameras, surveillance, and everything everywhere in random ass back alleys and shit. And it's like, bro, what's going on that this shit doesn't get caught, right? On top of like illegal experiments and all sorts of other things. It's his own crazy thing. It's like, right, this shit can happen in like very heavily surveillance places. If they don't want to show something because of some other reason, they will hide it. But yeah, it is what it is.
Momo, be careful. Don't blow away. It's just a light breeze. I'm not worried at all.
Oh yeah, there's this stuff. Okay, that's over there. We'll quickly do this thing first. But yeah. It is what it is, though.
Nikki, it looks like the star bell is twinkling. Maybe
Alright, they're definitely hiding something. Alright, got one of the stars. Alright, you can go to the bubble thing after. Yeah, even if you remove guns, they'll use something else. Right, and like the thing too, right? You can say what you want on the thing with guns or whatever, gun control or whatever. But like, you gotta admit, it is kind of silly how it's like, only some people are allowed to, like, only the government can use one type of weapon, but no one else can. So, like, you think about it this way, it's like, how do you keep them in check if you can't even fight back? Right? Like, it is kind of crazy when you think about it. It's like, okay, so if they can take all of those away from you and stop you from doing all the things there, who's to stop them from abusing and misusing it either? Right? If you can't fight back. But, like, nobody thinks about that. Right? Because it's just like, well, what's gonna stop them? They take it all away from you and then they can go after you. Right? They can arrest you for defending yourself, which is ridiculous. It is very fucked up. It is so very, very fucked up. Right, and like, you think about it this way, it's like, if they can go do all of that against you, it's like, what's the difference between you and like the sheep on a farm being herded? Right? If they can do all that, they can get all that control, they can stop you from doing everything. What's the difference now? Right, it's like, what's the difference? But yeah. Yeah, like you can't think your Walmart guns can take military ones. No, they can't. The freaking military shit you can get, they have way better than whatever you're gonna get at freaking Walmart. Because you're not allowed, because for some reason you're not allowed to have certain types of weapons, but the government can. They're allowed to have it. The only ones you're allowed to have are the more drastically gimped shit. And like the other thing too, it's like, here's the reality: the people that are going to be committing these crimes anyways with these weapons, the reality is they're going to be getting it through other means anyways. It's not like they're gonna freaking publicly, or like, you know, go through legal channels to obtain their weapons and do it the way the regular person would. Of course not. Right? Like, it's like, bruh. Yeah, it's so ridiculous, man. Right? Like, it doesn't matter what your beliefs are on this thing. It's like, you gotta admit, it is a very scary when you look at it that way, from that perspective. Yeah, like you can get a gun from a small gun show in a small town without signing papers. Damn. Either way, the whole thing is just crazy. But like, you take those away, the people will just fight with something else. That's what they've been doing throughout history. You can't use one thing, they'll use something else, and they'll keep doing something else. So it's like, where does it start? Where does it end? Is it really? Okay. Alright, it should be back now. What was that? Yeah. Yeah, and then you get the mass stabbings and everything. It's like, yeah, they'll have those instead. Right? It's like, where do you draw the line? Where does it start? Where does it end? The people who want to cause problems will still cause problems regardless. It's fucked up either way. Alright, where does it start? Where does it end? Where do you draw the line? Was there? I don't know. I don't pay too much attention to a lot of this shit that goes on, but like, it's fucked up either way. Right, things are just fucked up regardless. Very fucked up. Okay. Claim all that stuff. Alright, let's go to Nikki's home. Is there a way to rename your Nikki's home after the fact? Or what? Oh, let's just teleport in. And see the stuff that we can do. The pink guy and pick the bottom option, okay. Gotta go to Pink Eye then.
Place. We can feel it. There are countless warm and welcoming presences.
Yep, flower time.
This place is no longer a lonely island.
From now on, Nikki
Really, you can't use
with
space.
friends from faraway places. We can also lend Nikki a helping hand and answer all sorts of questions. Just thinking about our future home fills me with energy. I'm going to record all these memorable moments we've had since Nikki's arrival and turn them into our home journal.
And the default name has a space. That is so weird.
We look forward to making more special memories together in our cozy home.
Okay. Alright, so how do we do the collab thing now? What do I gotta do? Alright, let's see if we can get the Stardew Valley collab thing done.
Where should we go explore next?
Nikki, I have a feeling something big is going to happen at home today.
Alright, we'll guess.
Could it be a huge furniture sale?
That definitely sounds like the kind of good news.
Yeah, that
we'll
would be
read
good
about.
news.
Who knows? Maybe one day, Oren's research will go so well he'll start offering rock-bottom prices.
Okay.
Well, that does sound like very good news. Actually, I sensed an unusual energy fluctuation coming from the guest find. Hopefully, whatever dropped in isn't something too strange. Nikki, Momo, should we go take a look together?
Sure, I'm curious too. What sort of thing could cause an energy fluctuation?
Hopefully, a giant plate of barbecue just fell from the sky.
Alright, let's go over and check.
It's coming! With Nikki next to me, I'm not afraid.
Alright.
Huh?
We got
Is
that.
this from the island?
To be honest, I've never seen it before. But it's definitely where that unusual energy fluctuation came from.
Okay. I've never seen it.
Unusual energy. Makes sense. I've never heard of a creature like this in Mirror.
I guess I have. Enjoy your drops.
Looks like we're going to have to ask it why it came to visit.
Right, enjoy your drops. Free is free.
And this is Nikki, the owner of this island, along with
Right.
my partner Momo.
Free is free.
May I ask who you are?
The language this new friend speaks is pretty unusual.
Oh, maybe if I use the same technique I used to listen to flowers and plants, I can understand it. It says it's a Junimo. And it also says farmer? The Junimo says that the farmer looks a little different today.
Okay.
Farmer? Does it mean me?
I'm no farmer.
Nikki, could the Junimo be mistaking you for someone else?
The Junimo might not have realized it's already in a different place. Posey,
Okay.
why don't you ask it how it got here, and see if it needs our help?
The Junimo says it was in Stardew Valley when a bright light suddenly enveloped it, and then it somehow ended up here.
Okay.
There must have been a fluctuation in the sea of stars that brought the Junimo to our world. I'll send a message to Oren to see if he knows a way to help it return home. Thankfully,
Okay.
the Junimo doesn't seem too worried.
It actually looks pretty excited.
Since our guest is here now, I think we should all join in and give it the warm welcome it deserves.
So I wonder how pathogens and stuff work.
It says it wants to farm with Nikki, just
Right.
like it always did with the farmer.
Considering it comes from a completely different world or whatever, what about parasites and pathogens that it may or may not be carrying, or diseases or anything else? What would happen? Like, if you think about it, the logistics of that is kind of crazy when you think about it. Right? If you can, like, travel between worlds or whatever, what other things might they be carrying and introducing into other ecosystems that probably won't be able to handle it or whatever? That probably shouldn't be there. Right. Think about it.
Well, the Junimo definitely found the right person. Nikki, let's take it to the planting area and show off your amazing planting ability.
Alright. Oh yeah, I forgot I deleted the thing here. On a non-floating field? It's not my fault the freaking thing is floating. Oh yeah, now I claimed my drops. Is there a thing to, like, restore it to what it was before? Oh, what was the thing in the UI again? This shit will never not be confusing. How do I open the default template? Okay, good.
Great job! Our home really needed this.
Wait, what? Template loaded. How do I save now? I can't even save. The fucking story is so bored. Did I actually get soft locked? I swear, I might have gotten soft locked. No, it can only let me save it as a scheme. It is completely soft locked. Good job. Fucking hell. I am completely soft locked. How would I not own the object, man? It's so dumb.
When it comes to making our home an even better place, you can never have too many astrolites.
This shit is so dumb, man. How do we go clear all again? This is all because the stupid collision is so bored. It's like, no, it doesn't even let me. No, the other schemes are a problem. But yeah, either way, this shit is so dumb, man. And we can't even like set up grade snapping either, which is annoying. Okay, now it let me save this one. We'll just deal with this. This shit is so dumb, man.
Plants are part of the family too. They deserve our care and attention.
I mean, if you imagine you just clip like a bunch of fields onto each other. Alright, now we gotta wait to harvest. This is dumb now. Now we gotta wait half an hour. Alright, let's go do something for half an hour. There's gotta be stuff here to do for half an hour. Well, either way, we can just let it do its thing. There are other shit I need to get done anyways. Alright, we might as well do the other stuff anyways. Trees are like 6 to 10 hours, damn. Yeah, there's that stuff. And there's a lot of these. We'll do all the quests we can first. I see. We'll get this one done. It's so scuffed when they have no voices, man. This shit's so scuffed when they have no voices. Alright then. I gotta go there and collect stuff. Oh my god, the freaking town thing is so laggy. I can't even see the freaking. Why did it do the other animation? That is so weird. It did the wrong animation for cleaning them. Alright, does Vino want? Okay, I gotta get the violin. And this shit's annoying, having to constantly move shit in and out of here. I don't think that's a good performance, but whatever. Yeah. It'd be nice if it was just all of them and you didn't have to do all the clunky shit. Yeah, we need multiple wheels. There's too many abilities. It's just annoying to make use of them now. There's too many. Oh, right. Wrong thing. What am I supposed to do here? Okay, we gotta take a picture of them. I see, one of them's possessed. Yeah, like, I'm not really paying attention because I don't even care that much. I'm just getting all the stuff done. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, that's just what happens when you're not that invested in everything. Alright, we gotta go get a blossom beetle over here. Yeah, just follow the thing. Yeah, exactly. Just do whatever the tracking tells you. Skip everything. It ain't interesting enough to care, to make me care. Right. Alright, let's head on over. How did those things not get hit? Oh, whatever. Blossom beetle time. Where are the blossom beetles? Oh shit, it's those Relor type guys. Fuck, those guys are a pain to grab. They're so annoying to catch. I see. God, those things are so annoying to try to catch. Okay. Well, anyways, we got that one done. AoE bug catching, that could be useful. That could be really useful. AoE bug catching. That would be really useful. Now we gotta go to the Swan Gazebo. Oh, we have the thing here. Oh wait, no, that's just a co-op invite. But that's only bees. Bees are not a problem to catch. Those are easy enough. It's just some of the other things are like, yeah. On a clear day and take a photo of the... Okay. Okay, this one just looks goofy when you use it on the freaking thing here. It just looks so goofy because it's like... They got the really small wings flapping on them too. They look so goofy. Alright, we complete this one. That's another one of these off the list. Alright, let's see. We got these ones. Alright, let's head on over. Alright, let's head on over here. Oh, we need to get in there. Right, into the greenhouse we go. Now we just skip through all these. Alright, and now it wants us to go to the Chuckle Club. Let's go do the one that's down there first. Alright, the big fish thingy. I'm kinda silly, but hey. It is what it is. It does make me move faster when I use it. Alright, they want the violin again. Alright, cool. We played the thing there. Got this one done. And she disappeared. She just teleported out. We just saw her teleport in real time. Alright, let's head on over. And skip through the dialogue here. Oh, we're not quite there yet. Alright, on to the next one. And then he teleported again. Oh, now the one is there. Where the Chuckle Club is. It might actually be faster to just ride the fish. Take the fish there. Than to teleport. Especially with how scuffed the optimization is. Nope. Yeah, it's very, very scuffed. It definitely does need a large amount of optimization. Now we go to the Chuckle Club. Gotta get this stuff here done. Alright, we gotta get our stuff here done. But damn, this is taking forever to load. Alright, now we gotta go to the Lakeside District. Alright, we gotta head on over there and get the stuff there done too. I'll grab that quest as well on the way. Alright, because like I might as well get that one done. Alright, would be a good idea to finish everything that I can. Right, it's like I'm already here, might as well get them done now. But yeah, it's so scuffed when none of these have voices. Alright, it's like, if it was really that important, they'd probably voice it. Doesn't seem like it is, though. Nope, I don't have that one yet. Okay. Some of them are voiced, but most of them are not. They're always inconsistent, you know? Oh, I should purchase a dance in the lab. The lab of lenses. Where's the lens lab? The camera icon. I don't see it. And I can't zoom in any further. It's in the square. Yeah, I know it's in the square, but like... I'm like, where is it here? I know it's there somewhere. We'll go there after. Alright. Let me just get through this stuff here. Alright, let's get the stuff here done. Alright, now I have to go to the lens lab to get the thing, I guess. Or wait. No? No, they were just talking about the dancing, then who am I looking for? Where are they? Oh, there she is. And then it wants photos over there. I guess I'll go pick up the quest in there, though. And then I'll head on over to those other things. Alright, because we just rushed through everything here anyways. Yeah. And then they want the thing there. That one's very far away. I guess I can do this one first. Get that one done. Alright, we can. Really? I have no idea. Like, these are quests that I didn't do before. They might be. But, like, they were there, so... Really? Somehow I didn't do them. That is interesting. Well, I might as well get it done with. Because it was there anyways. Might as well. Alright, get it done now so I don't have to think about it later. Yeah, but I wish that stuff was just built into the game itself. If it was built into the game itself, that'd be a whole lot better than having to use an external tool. Yeah, it's so dumb, man. And then you have ToF where it's like built into the game. for the most part. I mean, like, for me, it's just like, the shit was so annoying and so not worth it, so I just stopped caring. Because, like, the shit amounts of Primo gems were just not worth the effort and time. Like, for me, it's just like, this shit ain't worth it. They give, like, so little and they ask for so much, I'm just like, bruh, not worth it. But yeah. So, like, there, I didn't bother. I think it'd be better if I zoom out a little bit. Yeah, they need to make it work outside of it. Alright, on to the next one. That's here. Which is at the square. Wait, where was it? Oh, here it is. We'll just get all the actions. Because why not? Alright, why not? Oh, then you gotta go to the stage to do the dance. Okay. We can do that after. Even the birds get like the goofy flopping. Even they do it. We'll go to the next one now. And then we gotta go back to the Babe Coon Shuckle. Alright, let's head on over. On to the Babe Coon Shuckle. We'll give them what they want. Those pictures. After this game takes an eternity to load. Really? Taking a picture in front of Babe Coon Shuckle? Okay. Sure, I'll do that. We can do that one after. We just spam through this. And that one's completed. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, and then this stuff, we gotta get that one done after. Alright, we gotta finish all of these. Alright, let's get loaded on in. Or rather, out. Yeah, I know that. There was like a bunch there. I think I got them already. Those ones, though. I'll probably just look up a guide for those ones later. And do them quickly off stream if I care enough. For the ones I missed there. Alright, let's go talk to the Fluffy. Alright, we gotta get this stuff here done. Oh, he's not flying. It's another dog, tracking quest. That sounds like it'll be a bitch to do. If that's the case. Right. Alright, let's get this done. Alright, so like the pile of leaves does have collision when you're the doggo. Alright, let's just keep going. Alright, you know, I don't see a thing on this dog, so it's obviously female. Therefore, this dog is a bitch because it's female, right? When it went up, when it flipped over, right? All right, let's get the thing here done. So it fits, you know? It fits. It fits. Alright, if it fits, it fits. Alright, just skip through all these things. Man, it keeps just going through how much dialogue do I have to go through with this? Alright, so now we go on over here. Wait, how do we do the dance thing? Oh. It's just funny how, like, she just, like, snaps into whatever spot when you do the thing. That's another one of those done then. Alright, slowly getting through these. Alright, that one's done. Okay, cool. So then these ones, I just gotta get those ones done. Man, there's like so many things here that I haven't finished. Look at all of these. There's like a lot of things there. Alright, let's go check on the Stardew Valley thing. Alright, we go check on that now.
Where should we go explore next?
We may not speak the Junimo's language, but its
Okay.
happiness speaks for itself.
That's right. The Junimo really loves the crops Nikki grows. It's so impressed by her planting skills, and it can't wait to get back to the farm to show what it can do.
Okay.
Great news! Orin says the Sea of Stars looks like it will calm down soon. Our guests should almost be able to head home.
Alright, what else does I need to do?
This has been a joyful and unforgettable journey for the Junimo.
All I did was plant some flowers.
I think the Junimo's starting to feel a
And
little
delete
sad
my
about
home.
saying goodbye.
So I could plant the
Saying goodbye
flowers.
is never easy, but with a memento and our love, we can make it a little easier for the Junimo. Let's prepare a special farewell gift.
I told the Junimo to wait here for a bit. Nikki has a small surprise for it. That's what the gift wrapping table is for, to help Nikki send presents to all her friends. Nikki, it's all yours.
I don't think I'm in co-op mode though. Alright. Let me just get all the stuff here first.
What a big harvest! Nikki, is this edible?
Alright, time to do gift wrapping then. Oh yeah, this stuff is all weekly, right? Who knows, man? Alright, it's been sent.
The Junimo says this is the best travel souvenir ever. Huh? It has a gift for us in return?
Okay. That's nice.
Junimo. Here's a round of applause.
Okay. An unfamiliar melody.
Even though it's my first time hearing this melody, for some reason, I can picture
Again, because like
calm,
I've never played
beautiful
Stardew
place
Valley before.
where everyone has a soft, kind heart.
Okay.
It says the fruits, the trees, and the chickens in the coop will all be there to welcome you.
Okay.
An outfit? That's the perfect gift for a stylist.
Thank you, Junimo.
The Sea of Stars is settling down. It's time to say goodbye.
Alright then, we'll just get the outfit then.
Goodbye, Junimo. I'm so glad we met.
Goodbye, Junimo.
That is so short for a collab.
There were so many vivid details I picked up from the Junimo's heart that I couldn't quite put everything into words.
Okay.
Then it hit me. Why not use the music to capture the beauty of the place the Junimo told us about, called Stardew Valley? I'd like to make a music-playing piece of furniture as a gift for you. Just now, something the Junimo said gave me the final spark of inspiration. Since it looks like a little chicken, let's call it the chicken gramophone.
Alright then.
Rosie. When the Junimo left just now, I felt a little sad. Even though we only met briefly, we shared such a wonderful time together. I think that I'll remember it forever.
Yeah, me too.
And now, with the gramophone you made for us, we can sit in the garden, listen to its songs, and relive this magical encounter together.
Alright. Oh, so it just gives us the outfit? Only a 3-star outfit? God damn it. Not even gonna give us a 4-star outfit. No, it has to be 3-star. They have to make it a 3-star outfit. They can't even give us a 4-star outfit. Okay. Yeah, like, usually they give us like a free 4-star outfit in these patches, but like, nah, they're not giving us a single 4-star outfit. Just multiple 3-star outfits. Like, what the hell? Oh yeah, now it's just this stuff. You complete all these things, and then you're done with the stuff there. What's it called? What's the thing? Oh, wait. Oh, here it is. I'll just place it here.
Great job! Our home really needed this.
And then how do you unlock these ones? You just groom it? So I have to groom it over 4 days then. And then you can unlock all the...
This song fits me
Okay.
perfectly right now.
Yeah, 3 grooms and not 4. Oh, that's the Stardew Valley collab, I guess. They didn't even give a 4-star outfit, nah. Where'd you get the last one? Okay, so after I get all the things, so that's gonna take a couple days. But it's sad they don't even give us a freaking 4-star outfit. They're like, nah, get a 3-star outfit. Not even a 4-star. Oh, you can like even purchase stuff here. Oh, you can even sell the things there. Okay. Alright then, so there's all that stuff. Yeah, I guess I have to. Oh, that can wait. Let's go to Wishfield. Alright, it can wait. Don't need to do it now. Okay. Now that we're here. What the hell? I thought I did the thing. I'm confused. Yeah, I'll just look up a guide on that stuff later. Alright, what else is here? We'll do Roller Wonder. Alright. Let's get that one done. Alright, like, I don't understand the core pattern catalog thing. It seems kind of scuffed. Oh, that's over there. Oh yeah, then you gotta do the dancing thing here. Alright, take a picture of the dance there and that should count. Alright, that's another one. There we go, we got the outfit. Alright, that's another one done. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's go do the photo investigation first. Because the other ones are on the way. Right, might as well. Get all of these things done. So I don't have to worry about it later. Alright. Alright, let's see. Where's the bird? I somehow found the cat. There we go. Oh, we got another one done. Alright, what's the other ones I wanted? Let's see. Alright, we'll go to that one next. Alright, we'll do his quest. Alright, we just skip through this. And done. Alright, on to the next thing then. Alright, we're done with almost everything here. Alright, let's go to the next quest here first. Oh, it's right here, this NPC. He's sobbing over something. Oh, what does he want? One piece that's full of romance? What? A one piece that's full of romance. Okay. That is weird. That is very bizarre. Alright, he wanted a piece of romance. I don't know, is this good enough? Damn, I don't have a single 5-star romance outfit. I guess any outfit with romance counts. I guess I'm supposed to take a picture of it? Alright, that's one less of these to do. Alright, we'll get those ones done. Let's see. What else are we missing here? It's part of this quest. Okay. Where's the quest? Right, there we go, we got the street lamp. Alright, we'll just get rid of that one. So it doesn't prompt me on it. Okay, yeah, where is the quest? I am so confused. Where is it? Oh, the big one at the top? Alright. Oh, anyways, where's the quest? Is it in here? Because, like, I didn't see it outside. I don't see anything here. Though it, Nope, it's not in there. So I wonder where it is. That last quest. Right, because it should be around here somewhere. Wait, where is it? Oh. Why didn't they put the thing on the freaking girl then? This shit is so Papega. They didn't indicate that she had a quest. If that was the case. Like, it's so confusing. Yeah, the freaking quest tracker is so garbage, man. It's so bad. Now what? Alright, I guess I take a picture of them. No. I'm so confused. Because, like, it doesn't even track what I'm doing. Alright, let's see. There's one more we needed to do here. Huh? Complete World Quest Shiny Wish. Which one's that one? I need to complete a world quest called Shiny Wish to unlock it. What the fuck? I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see a shiny wish here. So I don't know. I didn't see a shiny wish quest. So I don't know about that. I'll look it up later then off stream. And then do it off stream then. A pioneer tree with purification? Yeah, I'll just look it up and do it off stream. And I'll just end the thing here then. Right. I'll just get that stuff done later. I need to get some sleep. I am a bit tired anyways. Wait, what do you mean there it is? What do you mean there it is? Oh, that? Oh. Okay, we'll finish this thing first then. Okay. I did not know it was right there. How was I supposed to know? Well, we'll finish this then first. And then we head on off. Because, like, we're already here anyways. We'll just skip through all the dialogue here. Where's the freaking... No, not that one. No, I need to find a sizzle boom. Wait, which one's a sizzle boom? Why is it called sizzle boom then, if it's not that? That is so Pepega. Whatever. We got the picture anyways. Alright, that one's done. That means we can get the last one then, right? With the froggies. And then we'll be done with these. But what am I supposed to do here? Alright, we go through this one again. And it's completed. Okay, cool. Now we can go craft this one. There we go. And now we're done with the thing there. Right, I'm gonna assume the last one here, I just need to take a picture of the house. I'll deal with that later, off stream. Okay, now, basically done with this shit here, and then this is just where we'll end it off for the night then. Alright, as usual then, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah. I'll see you guys next time then. See you guys. See ya.